Yo, what's going on, everyone? Today I have a special video for you, an all-in-one definitive Reina guide, which is going to teach you how to play Reina Mishima in Tekken 8. Now, I'm a Reina specialist, and this guide will include everything you need to know about the character. Whether you're a beginner, intermediate, or an advanced player, this is going to be an all-in-one definitive character guide designed to help you learn or improve with Reina. Also, I'm going to include timestamps below to all the sections we will cover today. So with that being said, let's get right into it. Now, to start off, it's important to understand what type of character Reina is. She's very versatile because of her large move list and stances, allowing you to be very creative with her and play in a variety of styles, whether it's aggressive, defensive, or a mix of both. She has decent pokes and tools, especially for a Mishima. Overall, she is a high-risk character, which does require execution and skill to be most optimal, especially at higher levels of play. Her main strength is punishment, mix-up game, movement, trickery, and high damage potential. And her main weaknesses, in my opinion, are linearity, bad lows, and high-risk, low-reward gameplay. So to counter this, you need to use timing and realignment to counter people stepping and counterplaying you, and be smart with your decision making and how you play her, especially since her lows are not that great. So it can be difficult to open up your opponent, and she has counterplay, which makes her susceptible to being stepped because of how linear she can be. I'd say overall she is like a jack of all trades, master of none type of character. In my opinion, her Mishima tools are the weakest out of all the Mishimas. And while her pokes, tools, and punishment are great, there are other characters who outshine her in all of those. But she is incredibly fun to play, and the more time you put into her, the better you'll get. Because being a Reina main, you'll quickly realize she's only as strong as the player that pilots her. Basically, you have to carry her as she won't carry you, unlike other characters. On the surface, she can appear weak or low tier, but if you utilize her properly and optimally, she can be very devastating to deal with at all levels of play. So that's like a short summary of what I think Reina is as a character. And now we will move over to her punishment. Okay, so regarding punishment, with Reina, for 10 frame, you have two options. One of them is 112. It does 23 damage, leaves you at plus 11 if you go into Sentai stance. You can hold back, which leaves you at plus 2, still does the same damage. So you could choose, depending on what you want to do. And the second one she has is 122. 122 does a little bit more damage, 25 damage. If you do nothing, it's 0 on here. And if you hold down, she goes into Unsoku stance at plus 7. So that's Reina's 10 frame punishes. Now for 12 frames, she has 221, which is a chunky 12 frame punish at 30 damage. She also has 1+2, which is her other 12 frame. For 13, you have down forward 1-2, which is a heat engager. She has a couple at 13 actually. If you don't want to go into heat, you can use down forward 1-1, which doesn't do that much damage, but it gives you plus 7. So if you want to play mind games on frames, you have that. She also has a longer range 13 frame punish in forward 2-3, 24 damage. If you hold forward, you go into Sentai stance at plus 9, so you get a free mix. If you don't hold forward, you're plus 2. And then this is sort of a 13 frame punish of hers, up forward 1. So up forward 1 is 13, and this only exists if you want to mix your opponent. So if you do up forward 1, you're plus 8 into Heavens and Ref stance. But nothing else is guaranteed after this. So those are all her 13 frame punishes. Now for 14 frame, 13 frame, you also have forward 2. if you do the fastest input, it comes out at 13 frames. Now, forward 2 into Sentai 3 is guaranteed at 36 damage. Also a heat engager. And you also get forward 2 into Sentai 2, which does a little bit less damage than the 36, or 2 less damage. But you don't go into heat, right? So after this, you can either just do it raw, or you could do Sentai 2, hold down, and then you could mix your opponent with Heavens and Wrath. And now, those are all her 13 frame punishes. Her 14 frame, you also have forward 2. If you don't do the fastest input, it comes out at 14. And her only real 14 frame punish in neutral like this is 2-1. This one is a little bit harder to pull off, but there's a blue spot version, if I can get it correctly. 1 second. Well, basically this punish gives you a guaranteed follow-up as well. There you go. That's the max damage you can get out of it. So the stomp is down for 1, but you can also get 1+2, CD3 for Oki, and if you're really fast enough, you can even get CD1. There you go. A little bit more damage than CD3, but that's her 14 frame punishes. You also have your electric, which is depending on how fast you do it, you could punish 13 frame, 14, and 15. So this is very good to have as well. And then for your 15, you have down forward 2. So Reina is one of those characters that has down forward 2. And yeah, those are, oh yeah, and your hop kick, which is like 17 frames. But if you know, your opponent is launch punishable in neutral like this, then either go for the electric or down forward 2, in my opinion. For Reina's full crouch punishment, you have her down jab at 10 frames, which leaves you at +6. At 11 frames, you have while standing 4-4, which leaves you at -1 and does 25 damage. But with this, you can also hold down to go into stance. Does the same amount of damage, but leaves you at +6 for a mix in Heavens and Wrath stance. At 13 frames, she has while standing 1, which acts like forward 2. So you get while standing 1, Sentai 2 guaranteed at +8. Or if you want to go into heat, you get 34 damage. So this does more damage than Sentai 2, but puts you in heat, and it's 1 less frames plus. So it leaves you at +7. So those are her 13 frame. She doesn't have a 14 frame from crouch, but for 13 and 14, you can also do forward 2. If you're fast enough, forward 2 does more damage than while standing 1. So if I can show you, so while standing 1 into Sentai 2 does 32 damage, but if I do forward 2 into 2, that does 2 more damage. So forward 2 is your 13 to 14 frame punish from crouch. And then for 15, she has full crouch down forward 4, which is a launcher. For 15, you also have while standing 3-4. But I would only use this at the wall, like to get a clean wall spot. And then for like stagger lows that you block, she has full crouch down forward 3. So this does more damage at 20 frames when compared to full crouch down forward 4. And then as a bonus, if you're good enough, you could punish 13 frame, 14 frame, and 15 frame with an electric. So Reina and Kazuya are the only 2 characters that can do that because of misstep. So say if you block like a 13 frame low that leaves the opponent standing, you could do like an electric. It's hard to do, but if with enough practice, you could definitely punish 14 frame lows with this. So yeah, that should cover all her full crouch options as punishments. Okay, so now I'm gonna go over all Reina's stances. She has 3 main stances. Reina is a stance-heavy character, and I'm gonna start with her Heaven's Wrath stance, which in my opinion is her strongest stance. You have a lot of options from this. I'm gonna show you the stance options you have and moves that transition you into the stance. So just going over this stance, some of the moves that you have. Her fastest move from this stance is Heaven's Wrath 1. So it's 12 frame homing high, has an extension. So it's 1-4. So Heaven's Wrath 1-4. And the nice thing about this is you could just do the 1 by itself and then hold either down or up, and it will transition you into her Unsoku stance. And later on, I'm going to show you like the options she has in Unsoku stance. But the nice thing about this is that she can really loop her offense, you know, like going from stance to stance. So I could do like something like this, for example, into something like this, into low, you know, stuff like that. So that's her fastest move, and there's mind games to it, which is nice. And then the next thing she has is Heaven's Wrath 2 at 15 frames. Heat engager, and also launches fully in heat, which is very nice. It's 15 frames. It's her second fastest move. And then, and it's a mid, but it is linear, so it's sidesteppable to the right. So you have to be careful with that one. The other option she has at 15 frames is her Power Crush. It's only minus 13 as well. So her Power Crush leaves her at plus 16. So it basically gives you like a free mix on hit. And it's not that bad at minus 13. So that's very good to know. She also has Heaven's Wrath 3+4, which is her power mid in this stance. Now this stance on, this move on block. So for example, I didn't show you. Heaven's Wrath 2 is -9, right? With the low pushback. But this is 3 frames slower, but it leaves you at neutral on block. And then if you get a hit, it gives you a free follow-up in CD3. I'll go over those things later on, but for now I'm just gonna focus on the stance and what she has. The other thing she has in Heaven's Wrath stance is her 4 string. So it's 4-4, 2-2, 1+2. You can get a blue spark if you do a core circle input, as you can see in the input history. Now, the good thing about this is that it's very hit confirmable. And if you hit them with the second hit, so say if the opponent likes the duck or they like the step, it's got very good tracking. And if the second hit connects, it's all guaranteed. Like that. And it will splat as well. So you could definitely play mind games with this string. You could just do the first hit, which is -10. You do the second hit, which is -18. So I don't recommend just finishing at the second hit. But if you do the high, it leaves you at -12. So it's very hit confirmable. I would never recommend you finish this string, because if they block everything, you're -20, so you get launched. He also has a low in this stance, so Heaven's Wrath down 4, +4. -4 on it. It's got a counter hit property, which I'll show later on. But there's an extension, so down for 3. If they try punish you, because this is launch punishable, I can demonstrate. So just a single hit is minus 15. If they try to punish you, you can you know, let the second hit let the second hit rip. But the problem with that is like it's still launch punishable. So if they, you know, if they hold back, you're minus 16. Now, the other thing Reina has, if you want to maintain pressure, Heaven's Wrath 3-4. You're plus 6 if you don't transition back into stance. Like that. And then if you do transition to stance, you're plus 8. And the good thing about this move is that it does a lot of chip damage, as you can see. So that's one of the things she has to keep up your offense if the opponent is respecting you. And then the other thing she has is Unbreakable Grab. So this is unbreakable, untechable. They can't do anything about it but duck. It's a high, so they could duck it, of course. But it's very good, you know? So gets people to duck, start using your mids and stuff like that. What else? Yeah, so that should cover her Heaven's Wrath stance for the most part. Okay, so now I'm going to cover Reina's Sentai stance. But before I do, just some mentions regarding her Heaven's Wrath I forgot to mention. When you're in Heaven's Wrath stance, if you do forward 3, you transition into Sentai. And also, since you can't block in this stance, I mean, she can't block in any stance, actually. But since you can't block, it's very useful to know that the way to block in this stance is you have to stance cancel. So you do down, forward, and then back very quickly. So that's how you block in this stance. And quick mention as well, if you do this string I showed you earlier fast enough, the mid-high, it jails. So even if you finish, you know, at the second, the mid-high, they won't be able to duck you. But if you delay it too much, because it is very delayable, if you delay it, it doesn't jail anymore. So they could duck and launch you for that if you know, the opponent knows. But that should cover everything about Heaven's Wrath stance. So let's get into Sentai stance now. I think Sentai stance is her second best stance. The fastest move she has out of this stance is Sentai 3, which is a homing high 12 frames. And it's also a heat engager. It doesn't fully launch. It gives you a guaranteed follow-up. She has Sentai 2, which is 13 frame mid. Very good. It's only minus 6. It used to be minus 4, but they nerfed it. But minus 6 is still pretty good. Sentai 3 is plus 1 on block, but you know, it is a high, so you risk getting ducked with that one. But Sentai 2, it is a mid, minus 6, very good, and you get nothing guaranteed afterwards, but you are at plus 8, so you can maintain pressure. The other move she has in Sentai stance is her Power Crush. So just like in Heaven's Wrath, she has a Power Crush from this one as well. But the difference is this one is much more punishable. So the input for this is, so when you go into Sentai stance, it's 1-2. That's what it looks like. There is a Blue Spark version. So if you do Cool Circle forward 2, it does slightly more damage. But if I can show you on block, so if they do block it, there is a bit of a mind game to it. So the first hit, minus 14. Some characters can launch you for that. And then if you do the full string, you're minus 16. But the good thing about this is very hit confirmable. So you could delay your second hit a lot. And it's still a natural hit. And then the other move she has, which is another mid, is Sentai 1+2. Sentai 1+2 gives you a guaranteed follow-up into Heaven's Wrath 2 or Heaven's Wrath 3+4. So those are your guaranteed follow-ups in that stance. This move is minus 11. It says minus 6, but it's actually minus 11. So if you throw it out, any character that does like a 10 frame, 11 frame punish, they will hit you. But the good thing about this is that you can stance cancel. If they're too late, you can still block. Or you can also power crush. So if someone does like a slow move that's slower than 11 frames, the power crush will hit them. So that's good to know. But be careful with this move. While it does have good tracking, gives you a guaranteed follow-up, it is minus 11. The other option she has in Sentai stance is 3+4, which is a homing low. It does 22 damage, leaves you at +4 on hit, but it is very risky, semi-reactable as well, because it's minus 29. So if they do duck, you know, you definitely get launched for that. And then just like in Heaven's Wrath, she also has a unblockable grab. So you just press any of the grab buttons. It's a homing high as well. So that's good to know. And then what else? Oh yeah, she has Sentai 2, which is a slow plus on block mid. So you're at +4, but it is quite slow at 26 frames. So if they step after your forward 2 in any direction, you know, they'll step and launch you. And it does low crush, but if they do like a slower low, for example, it will clip you for some reason. So while this move is very good to do, it gives you a guaranteed follow-up as well in CD3. You have to be careful in how you use this move. Look for how your opponent reacts to you. So if what they do after block, like forward 2, if they like to step a lot, so you have to be very careful with this move. But it's still very good to have. So it's a +4 on block mid. And yeah, so that should cover everything in terms of Sentai stance, which is her second best stance. Very good, very powerful. You have your homing high, 12 frames, Sentai 2, -6 mid. You also have your so this is 20 frames, +4 as well, 22 damage if they're not ducking. You have your unbreakable grab as well. If they keep mashing on you, you also have a very good power crush. This does wall splat as well, so it does 42 damage, and at the wall, it wall splats. Same with Heaven's Wrath 1+2. So yeah, that should cover everything in terms of Sentai stance. And let's move over to her Unsoku stance. So regarding her Unsoku stance, it's her weakest stance in my opinion, but it's still pretty good. You can definitely make use of it. The way you enter Unsoku stance is up 3, down 3, or back 3. So that's what it looks like. Her fastest option from this stance is Unsoku 2. It's a homing high, 13 frames. On hit, leaves you at +8. If you hit him at an angle though, you're +13. They do like this little spin. On block, it's -3. So very safe. But it is a high, so you can get ducked and launched for that. And then the other move she has is her mid from this stance, which is Unsoku 3. Leaves you at +4 on hit. It's a counter hit launcher as well. It's very nice. And on block, I believe it's -6. Yeah, -6 with some pushback as well. But it is quite linear, so you have to be careful with how you use that. It's a very good mid. She also has a heat engager mid from this stance in Onsoku 4. -8. So heat engager as well. And the nice thing about this is it's a full launcher. So if you're in heat and you hit someone with this and you heat dash, you get full launch. And then the other move she has in this stance is her only low, which is Unsoku down 4. Nice thing about this move is that you have a bit of a mind game with it. So you can either, because it transitions directly into Sentai stance. So as you can see, I'm +3. I throw in like a Sentai option after that. But if you don't want to go into stance, you could just hold back, and you're neutral on hit basically. It's -12. It's -12. So it's her safest low that Reina has. And I'll go over like counter hits and stuff like that later on. But, you know, on counter hit, it leaves you at +13. So if you go into Usoku stance, you get this guaranteed. You get this guaranteed, basically just like your forward 2 on hit, right? And then if you don't go into Unsoku stance, you get +10. So all your jab strings are guaranteed after that. So that basically covers her Unsoku stance. As you can see, you have very limited options from it. But it's very evasive as well, especially if you do the back 3 option, as you can see. And when you go into Unsoku stance, for the first few frames, you actually parry. So this doesn't apply to back 3, but if you do up 3 or down 3, I'll show you. She has a punch parry. So that's one of the ways you can use that. My bad. There you go. I'll talk more about the parry later on, but you know, that's one of the things she gets in Unsoku stance. So that should cover all options she has in Unsoku stance. Compared to her other stances, she doesn't have a power crush from it. Oh, and also in Unsoku stance, if you do 1+2, you have a whole entire sort of move that Reina has. But you could transition to it from this stance. So, for example, if you do 1+2, she has this rolling mid, which is -11 on block and gives you +7. You could also do so the way you do this is 1+2. But if you don't want to do the mid, you can also do 1+2 into 3, which is her low. This low is slow and launch punishable. But you know, you can mix it up if you want to. Those are just more options in Unsoku stance. And if you don't want to commit to an option, you could do 1+2 and then hold up forward. And what you could do from this is you could do nothing if you don't want to, or you could do her while running moves. So if I do Unsoku stance 1+2 up 3, that's the same move she has as while running 3. And then you could also do her other while running move, which is while running 4. You do Unsoku 1+2 up forward 4. So those are just little things, little gimmicks that you have in Unsoku stance. But it's always good to know that you have these options. But overall, this should cover her Unsoku stance. And right now, I'm going to move on to all the moves that transition into her stances so that you know how to get in and out. Oh yeah, and real quick, I forgot to mention, in Heaven's Wrath stance, you also have a special heat move. It's sort of like a low heat smash. When you're in heat, if you do down 3+4 in Heaven's Wrath, you have this move. The ground breaks, so you can get like a full combo off it, and it is launch punishable. If I could show you. So very risky. Oops. -17, I believe. Yeah, -17. But it's got very good tracking to both sides, and if you're in heat, you know, you can always threaten your opponent with that. So just a little something I forgot to mention regarding her Heaven's Wrath stance. But I'll go over like all her heat moves in a later section anyway. But I thought I'd just throw this in there. Okay, so for Reina's stance transitions and what moves get you in which stances, I'm going to explain this in this section. I'm going to start off with Heaven's Wrath stance. So the way you get into Heaven's Wrath stance is from a Hell Sweep. One second. If you do the Hell Sweep, which is CD 3-2, and you hold down your +6 and you get into Heaven's Wrath. 2-2-2, hold down, you get into Heaven's Wrath. Down forward 3-4, which is this move, hold down, which is a mid. You get into Heaven's Wrath +8 on block, -6. Up forward 1, you get into Heaven's Wrath at +8. It is -9, so you lose your turn completely, and it's a linear move, but it's 13 frames, very fast. Also, while running 4, which is while running homing high, if you do it by itself, it's +4 and you don't get into stance. But if you hold down, I believe it's +8. There you go. So +8 into Heaven's Wrath stance. So that's another way you can get into that. While rising 4-4, when you hold down, get into Heaven's Wrath stance. Sen 2, so Sentai 2. If you hold down, you go into Heaven's Wrath stance. Sentai 1+2, you go into Heaven's Wrath stance as well. Let's see what else. Oh yeah, Heaven's Wrath 3-4, as I demonstrated before. If you hold down, you go into Heaven's Wrath stance. And you also go into Heaven's Wrath stance from her parry. So not the punch parry. If you do like any grab, like a command grab, and then press back, so it's this parry. If I can show you, there's this one. You go into Heaven's Wrath stance after that as well. So those are all the moves and situations where you can get put into Heaven's Wrath stance. I'll talk about the parry more and what you get in a later section. But moving on to Sentai transitions, you have your 1-1-2. If you don't do anything, it puts you into Sentai stance automatically. Forward 2-3. If you hold forward, you get put into Sentai stance. Down forward 1 as well. So if you hold forward after down forward 1, you get put into Sentai stance. Back 1-1 string. So this one. After the third hit, if you hold forward, you get put into Sentai stance. Forward 2, of course, like go-to move for Sentai pressure. While standing 1, you get put into Sentai stance. Only on hit though. You know, on block you're -13, but on hit you get put into Sentai stance. Unsoku down 4. If you don't do anything, she automatically goes into Sentai stance. So you have to hold back if you don't want to, but only on hit, of course. So if someone blocks it, you won't go into Sentai stance. And then what else? Unsoku forward 3. So the nice thing about her stances is that they can loop into each other. So Heaven's Wrath forward 3, get put into Sentai stance, and then Unsoku forward 3, you get put into Sentai stance as well. And then Heaven's Wrath 1, and then you hold forward. So I showed you this move before. So you could hold down, you know, to go into unsoku, but if you hold forward after this move, you get put into Sentai stance. So those are all the moves where she gets put into Sentai stance. So that should cover everything. And now I'm gonna show you all the moves and transitions she gets in, you know, in her unsoku stance. So 1, 2, 2, hold down or up, you get put into unsoku. Her heat move, which is down 2, 1 plus 2, you get put into unsoku stance automatically. And then Heaven's Wrath 1 and up or down, you get put into unsoku stance. So that should cover all the unsoku stance transitions. So yeah, there you have it. Okay, so when it comes to Reina's key moves, she has a bunch, and we're gonna get started off with highs, then mids, then lows, just to make things more simple. So starting off with the highs, Reina's key moves are her jab strings. So she has an excellent jab. 1-1 is standard Mishima 1-1. So it's -1 on block. And, you know, if you get the hit, very confirmable into that. And then you can go into Sentai stance and continue your pressure. He also has great 1-2. There's mind games with this as well. Actually has a 1, 2, 3, 4 string. Now this string is the third hit is -10, and the fourth hit is launch punishable if they duck, as it's a high. But the cool thing about this is you can condition your opponents by just doing 1, 2, 1, 1, and if they press, the third hit makes the last hit guaranteed, like that. And at the wall, you know, you could get a wall splat as well. You could just stop at the third hit, play mind games with that. Just do, you know, 1, 2, move around or whatever it is you want to do. But her 1, 1, 1, 2, her 1, 2, 3 string is very good to keep in mind. So that's one of her key high moves. Another key high move for Reina is her standing 3. This is a homing high. It is -11, but it does have extension. So you could just do the one hit. If you catch him with the one hit, you are +5, sometimes +6 on a hit. The extension for this is 3-2. You're +8. It is a high. So on block, while it is safe at -9, they can duck, you know, the second hit as it doesn't JO. But there is a mind game to it. So 3-4, for example, which is a high mid if they start ducking. Or you could just use, you know, the single high. It has high crash properties as well. The 3-2 is a counter hit launcher. And if they mash, you know, on the second hit, the second hit is also a counter hit launcher if it hits by itself. So very good move to throw out. It is fast at 18 to 19 frames, and it is homing. So that's one of the key moves to keep in mind. Another key move is her standing 4. 13 frames. It is a high. It's very inconsistent, but it usually does track to Reina's weak side, which is left. So when like an opponent likes to sidestep left a lot, you can catch him quite a lot of times with this. And on hit gives you +11. 13 frames. So you can even use it as a 13 frame punish if you really want to. And on counter hit, you do get a guaranteed follow-up, but I'll talk more about that in the other section where we'll go over like stuff like that, you know, guaranteed follow-ups and what you get on counter hit. So standing 4, very good move, very fast. So I think that's one of Reina's key moves. And then the other one, which I don't really see too many Reinas use a lot, is forward 2. Now, forward 2, I mentioned previously, is 13 frame punish, so forward 2, 3. It's a high mid, it's safe, -9. It's got, so if you like hold forward, it is -2, but you do risk, if you do commit to like a Sentai option. But the good thing about this move is that you could just do the forward 2 by itself, and you could go into Unsoku. So forward 2 into Unsoku is neutral, so you could threaten like your Unsoku options. I haven't showed this before, but Unsoku 2 does give you +14 on counter hit, which gives you like a free key engager with down forward 1-2, for example. You can even do your 14 frame as you are +14. But the good thing about this is you can really threaten like Unsoku options, right? So you could do this, you could do this, you could like delay the string a lot, and if you catch him, you're +13. And the same rule applies when compared to like forward 2 being +13. So after this, you get Sentai 2, Sentai 3, all guaranteed. And also, one thing I didn't mention about Unsoku, when you're in Unsoku, if you do down forward, you can waivu. So you could do Unsoku into Hell Sweep, you could do Unsoku into Electric, you could do Unsoku, so down forward 2 is a very good move to play mind games on. You could just do a single hit by itself, -9, condition your opponents, delay, the second hit, go into Unsoku stance, threaten Unsoku options. So very good move to use as not just like a new Reina player, but like if you're an intermediate or an advanced Reina player, I think you should definitely use forward 2 more. It's a very, very good move to throw out. The other key high move I have for Reina is her back 1 string. Usually Reinas use it in like a wall combo, right? Or like in combos in general, but I think it's very like underrated in neutral. And the reason for that is because of the mind games, right? So it is a high, 18 frames. So the full string looks like this, right? But you're not gonna finish the full string. So what you want to do is play mind games from the first 3. So I could do just the high mid, which is -10. And then once they start, taking their turn, for example, if I just do 1 hit, 2 hits, the string is guaranteed. And I think you're +12, so you get Unsoku. I mean, you get, you're +13. So you get Sentai 2 and 3, all guaranteed from this string. And if you just do the 3 hits or 2 hits, you are -10. But then at -10, you can also, from the 3rd hit, transition into Sentai stance. So there's a lot of mind games you could play on that. I could make a whole video based on that string alone, but something to keep in mind, So back 1 string, you can't throw it out all the time, but something to be aware of, and just more layers, in terms of the Reina gameplay that you have. And then back 4 as well, I have as another key high move for Reina. It's a high crush, 18 frame, safe. So safe on block at -8. It is linear, so you can get stepped or ducked, and launched for that. But if you're really smart with it, you get a guaranteed follow-up. You get a guaranteed follow-up. For example, CD3 if you want to maintain pressure, right? But the cool thing about this is like it's a counter hit launcher, so very good move to throw out, especially if your opponent does a lot of highs. Got very good high crush properties. So back 4, another key move, another key high move for Reina. The next high move that I have as a key for Reina is her up forward 1. Now the reason why I have this is a key move. It's very underrated. you could definitely play Reina like a counter hit style, which I'll get into more in like the playstyle section of this video. But the good thing about this move is that yeah, it's safe. It is -9, but on hit you could do Heaven's Wrath, like mind games, right? You get nothing guaranteed. But where it shines, if you manage to clip someone, with a 13 frame high, and it's a counter hit, you're +17. And on +17, you could get Heaven's Wrath 2. You could even get, if you really want to, like, keep your pressure up and not go into heat, you could get the Power Crush while running, because you're +16, just stuff like that, right? Or you can even get, like, a Wall Splat from it, which is very good, 41 damage. So yeah, up forward 1, definitely very underrated move for Reina, and something you should use more, especially when, like, your opponent, doesn't take their frames. And the next move I have is up forward 3-1. I almost never see Reina players use this. It's a high mid. The high by itself is -10, only +1 on here. But the cool thing about this, it's very long range. So as you can see, and it's a high mid, right? It's safe at -5, and at -5, there's a lot you could do. And if you catch your opponent ducking, the second hit gives you a little bit of a guaranteed follow-up. So I think you're +13. Yeah, you're +13. So you can get like a heat engager, for example, right? But it's a good move. It's a good high. Something you should be aware of as well. High mid, that's safe, You can't get jabbed out of it. Doesn't have the best tracking, but something to also be aware of as a Reina player. A little bit of a mind game to it, with the second hit and whatnot. But definitely one of her key moves, I think. Next move I have is forward 3+4. Now this move, definitely a key move. It's got like a ridiculous range. It's a high. Only -2 on block. It's got a counter hit prop to you where, you could get a full launcher from it. Right. You could get a full launcher from it. Which I'll show in a later section what combo you could do. But you can even use this move as a keep out, and it's got a crazy whiff recovery. So even if it whiffs, sometimes, opponents struggle to punish you. So forward 3+4, definitely a move you should be using as a Reina player. One of her best highs, I think. And yeah, so next move I have as her key high move is a wall running 4. It's on the slower side at 26 frames, but it is homing, it is high, and you threaten the mind game of if you are gonna do like a wall running move, you threaten the mind game of doing a mid or doing a high, right? And if they step, you clip them with this. So, or if they duck, you get launched. But it is a little bit risky to just throw out like that. But it's a very good pressure tool. So, like I showed you before, +8 into Heaven's Wrath. If you don't go into Heaven's Wrath, you're at +6. Sure. You're at +6, and there's a lot of stuff you could do with that, right? So while running 4, definitely one of her key moves, I'd say, and a very good combo tool as well, which I'll demonstrate later on. And then her other key move, which is the best high she has, is her electric. +5 on block, crazy whiff recovery, pretty good range. You can even use it as a keep out tool. It is linear, so you can get stepped, but if you time it very well, from a wave boo or delay timing, you can catch people stepping even, and it's safe. So yeah, if you don't do the electric, you are -10, but if you do the just frame version, you are safe. It launches. What more can you want? So electric, definitely Reina's best high. And then the other one I want to include as well, Sentai 3 is very, very underrated. A lot of people, they do Reina's Sentai moves like from like forward 2 or like, you know, stance transitions. But a lot of people don't use her manual stance transitions. Like you could do Sentai from forward 3 alone, right? And this is 12 frames, so, and it's a homing high, so you could track people stepping. It's better, you know, than just doing this, for example, right? So if you want like a good homing high, you got this one. It's a heat engager, gives you a guaranteed follow-up if you heat dash. You can mix it with Sentai 2, which is a mid I'll get to later on. But Sentai 3 is very underrated, as it's +1 on hit. I mean, +1 on block. So definitely a high you should be aware of, you know, as a Reina player. And then finally, this is debatable, but I think Usoku 2 is one of her key moves for sure. You could do it manually. There's a lot of times where you know, you get a very good reward on it, especially if you hit the opponent on counter hit. So I'll show you. You can get like a mini combo from it. Right, 50 damage. If I would have done the blue spot, it would have been a little bit more. Or you could do like this, into pressure, right? But very good. And you could mix like your other, if you know, you do Onsoku 2, you have your mids as well. So very good mix tool, and very much needed. This is like one of her newer moves she got in season 3. So very much needed, you know, for her Onsoku pressure. And you could do it manually as well. She has like the back 3 manual Onsoku stance transition, right? Very evasive and situational as well. So like in the right situations, if you throw this out, you could definitely catch your opponents off guard. And it's only -3. Homing high, catch people stepping. +8 on hit, +14 on counter hit. So yeah, very good move. I think it's underrated. So yeah, so I think those are all the main sort of Reina highs that she has that are key. You have Heavy's Wrath 2 as well, of course. It's very similar to this. You can even loop both of them together, right? So yeah, as for highs, I think that pretty much covers it for Reina. So now that we covered the highs, it's time to cover some of her key mids. One of the key mids that she has is her 12 frame mid in 1+2. It's a very, very good move. It's very good for any character, you know, to have like a 12 frame mid. It's very useful. It is -10, so you are punishable. It's not safe, but it has some tracking like to the right side, but most people aren't going to be stepping Reina to the right side. But it's good to know. 1+2, definitely one of her key moves. It's a wall splat as well. And something to know with this, if you do like a heat dash into 1+2, this is uninterruptible, unsteppable. You can't do anything, power crush, rage out, nothing. So it's a very, very good move to throw out, you know, in the right times for sure. And you could play mind games on it as well, you know, like in different situations, like the heat dash, or like when you're plus and your opponent tries to step at, you know, certain frames they can't. You could definitely, you know, threaten, you know, them with the 12 frame mid. So 1+2, definitely a key mid for Reina that you should use. And the next mid I have is 3+4. Now 3+4 is one of the best mids Reina has. It's pretty much like a neutral skip because of the range. It's safe at -8. You could play mind games with it as well because it does have an extension in 3+4 4. And yeah, it's safe. It's got decent tracking depending on like your timing, right? So it can be hard to step. And also I'm gonna mention this like in the late section for heat moves, but when you're in heat, she gets this. So you get 54 damage, safe as well. Does a ton of chip damage. So yeah, 3+4, very good. And even on block, the thing I really like about 3+4 is that it sort of leaves you in crouch, right? If they do like a high, you can evade it. Yeah, so 3+4 key mid you should definitely use as a Reina player. It's good. It's a good whiff punisher as well. It's a good keep out tool. Like I mentioned, it is safe. You can get floated because you know it's like a little bit of like an aerial move, but other than that, I mean, it's very good. It's pretty much like a neutral skip as well because of the range. So definitely a move you should be using. You know, especially if you have heat, you could threaten your opponents with the full string. Now, in terms of mids that are key for Reina, another one is forward 4. Forward 4 is not as good as like most of the Mishima's forward 4 because it is only +2. But the nice thing about this is that if your opponent ducks a lot, so if you catch your opponent crouching, maybe you threaten the hell sweep or another low, you could do forward 4 and it gives you +13. +13, you could do forward 4-2 with the fastest input. That's guaranteed. You could do down forward 1, you know, key engager. But it's very good. It is linear, and like the options you have afterwards, like at +2, you don't have a lot of options because you could get stepped pretty easily. But it is a very good pressure tool, and you could definitely play mind games with it as well. The forward 4, sorry, is definitely like a key Reina mid you should be using, especially when your opponent ducks a lot. So that's a good tool you have, to catch people ducking. The next key move I have for Reina that's a mid is her down forward 1. Now her down forward 1 is -3, +4 on hit, and it's got extensions, right? So you could do down forward 1-1. It is a mid high. For the second hit, you could get ducked and launched for that. But you also have a mid, which is -14 on the more punishable side. But if you have heat, you are +5 afterwards, and gives you a heat dash into a guaranteed follow up. And also the good thing about down forward 1 is that you can transition into sentai stance if you hold forward. So down forward 1 is definitely like a very, very good poke tool for Reina. In terms of like Mishima's, I think she definitely has the best down forward 1. It does like track to the right, but if they step Reina to her weak side, which is left, this will whiff. Down forward 1-1 will whiff. Down forward 1-2 will whiff. So it is a little bit risky, to throw out against opponents that like to step a lot. But it's definitely like a mid you should be using a lot with Reina. So down forward 1, very good. Only -3 on block. Plenty of mind games you could play with it. You could do down forward 1 into Sentai. They like to mash back. You could do, power crush. You could do, whatever you want. So down forward 1, definitely a move you should be using as a Reina player. And then another key move I have is a down forward 2. She's like the only Mishima with like a down forward 2. So it is -12, and it doesn't launch crouches. So it's probably like the weakest down forward 2 in the game. But the good thing about this is that it tracks to Reina's weak side, which is left. So people that like to sidestep left a lot, you can catch him with down forward 2. And if your electrics aren't on point, or you just want like an easy punish, for -15, or with punish, your opponent down forward 2, definitely a very good move to throw out. It is 15 frames. It's a mid. You could frame trap people with this as well. Even on like counter hit. So if they crouch on counter hit, you still get a full launch. So down forward 2, definitely one of the key Reina mids you should be using. Not a lot since it is minus 12, but you know, if you place it well, you can get a lot of damage from it. Now, the next move I want to cover for key Reina mid is down forward 4. Now, down forward 4 is part of the string. The full string looks like this. It's a mid high, right? But down forward 4 just on its own is minus 4 on block. It's a 15 frame poke. Plus 7 on hit, so you get a lot of plus frames from that. And then you know, the mid is safe, minus 8. So she has a mid string, you know, that you can just throw out and can't get punished for it because it's safe. The mid on its own plus 6, but the cool thing about this, if the mid hits and you hold down, you threaten, you know, Heaven's Wrath stance at plus 8. So definitely a very good move, you know, to throw out. It's a very good mid poke. Very fast as well. It doesn't track to her weak side, but yeah, it's a very good move to throw out, especially, you know, as a round ender as well. And you have a safe mid, so you know, what more can you ask for? So down forward 4, definitely a move you should be using as a Reina player. Now, this one is a little bit tricky. I think this is one of her key moves, but it is punishable. So it's down forward 3+4. It does high crush, as you can see. You are +2. There is an extension. Down forward 3+4, 4. And so on block, it is minus 15. It leaves you like in a crouch position. But the cool thing about this though is that it does high crush, and it does have like a counter hit property. This ground breaks, so you could get like, you know, a full combo if you hit someone on counter hit, and if you hit them, you know, you are +2, so you threaten like a bit of a crouch mix, and because you're crouched as well, if someone tries to punish you, they do like a high punish, for example. You know, you can make it hurt. So you could do like while standing 3+4, which also high crushes, and it's a bit like a flowchart, you know, for Reina players. And down while standing 3+4 gives you +14. So I'll cover more, you know, regarding this move in the later section. But I think down forward 3+4 is definitely one of the key moves to use as a Reina. Not a lot, but it's very situational. So, like for example, it is 16 frames, so it's on the faster side. And if there is like a stage hazard, you know, on the ground, you could high crush opponents, and on counter hit you get a full launcher. And like for example, there is a mind game to it as well. So if they try to punish you because you are minus 15, the second hit is a counter hit launcher, so they get launched for that. And then if you do the full string, you're minus 14. And most, you know, some characters can launch minus 14, but you know, most of the time you just eat like a chunky punish. So down forward 3+4, I think, is definitely like a key Reina mid that you should like keep in mind of, you know, when you play this character. Now the next move is like arguably Reina's most important mid, which is back 2. It's a homing mid, safe on block, -9. It's got decent range, +3 on hit, no counter hit properties, but because of how linear Reina is, down 2 is a move she desperately needs. So this will shut down anyone stepping. Very, very good, you know, to have like a homing mid that's safe. So use this, you know, against people that like to step you a lot. So back 2 is definitely like a move you should throw out a lot, you know, especially against steppers. And it's pretty, you know, fast at 16 frames. So a very, very good move to throw out. So back 2, very, very good. Now, another key move I have as a mid for Reina is back 1+2, which is her power crush. It is -13, you know, but her power crush is very good because of the plus frames you get at +14. Like, for example, power crush into forward 2 is uninterruptible. They can't do anything about it. They can't, you know, step, they can't power, they can't rage out. So if you do get like, you know, when you do play against like mashes and people that disrespect you a lot, definitely like she has one of the better power crushes, I think. At only +13 is not too bad. And on hit, you do get +14 frames. So definitely a move, you know, you should keep in your arsenal as a Reina player. And then another key mid I have for her is up forward 4, which is a hop kick. You know, she's one of like the few, pretty much the only, you know, aside from Jin, the only Mishima with like a hop kick. It is on the weaker side because it does insta bound and it is 17 frames, but it does low crush. You know, full launcher -13, pretty good. Especially if like your opponent does a lot of lows, you could rob them with this. And then obviously forward 2, arguably like her best mid, right? -9, you don't go into Sentai stance. If you do go into Sentai stance, I believe you are -12 if you just hold back. But you know, you have a lot of options from this. So you could definitely play mind games with this move. You could just do it by itself. Forward 2, definitely a move you should be using. And then the other move that I have for Reina that I don't really see a lot of Reina players use is forward 3. Forward 3 is a heat engager. It gives you a full combo when you're in heat. It's a mid and only -3. So it's basically like your down forward 1 with Reina, I think. But the good thing about this is that it tracks like crazy sometimes, especially like from a waifu. And it's a good, you know, like a mind game tool. So instead of like doing CD3 as your mid, when you're trying to mix up the hell sweep, you could mix it up with forward 3. If you have heat and, you know, they duck, you get a full launch. So I think forward 3 definitely like a very underrated Reina move. It's not great as, you know, like on a regular hit, all it does. So it does heat engage, but on regular hit just knocks down. Whereas like other Mishimas is like forward 3 gives you like a full launch and it -3 as well, you know, for other Mishimas. But I think it's a very good move because like usually when you do like forward 3, your opponent will mash. And say if they do like a while standing 4, you could do like a sidestep right into launch, right? So definitely a move, you know, you should use just to vary up a bit, like in terms of your mix-ups and stuff like that. So that's that. And then while running 3 for her mid, Reina doesn't really have a lot of like pressure tools like outside, like an electric is her fastest one, right? But if you really want like to pressure your opponent with like plus frames on block, you have forward 3. And forward 3 is +6. It comes out at 24 frames. It does chip damage as well. And you're +6, so it's a very good move to throw out, you know. It's got very good range. It is linear, but that's when you mix it, you know, with the homing eye. But definitely while running 3 is a key Reina mid to use and be aware of. And then let's see, CD3, one of her best mids, which is this one. It is -13 if you don't do the just frame version, but this is safe, right? And on hit, it does knock down, so you can continue your pressure afterwards, right? And then on counter hit, it's a launcher. So CD3 has got excellent tracking to left and right. It's got more tracking to the right, like full tracking to the right, and the left tracking is very good as well. But it can get stepped at like rare situations. But this move is basically homing. So when you pressure with Reina, or just you want to throw it out in the neutral, or mix it up with your, your hell sweep or this, right? So CD3 is definitely like a move you should use with Reina, and CD3 has mind games off it as well, which I could make a video on this move alone. But I'll get a little bit into like the details about the mind games after in the later section. So CD3 definitely a move you want to use, as well as another move you want to use that's a great mid with Reina is forward neutral 3. This is the the same move she has from Unsoku stance. So when you just do like a forward input, she does like this misstep, and this is basically a bit of a stance in its own, I guess. But a forward neutral 3, it's a very, very good long range mid. It tracks to Reina's weak side, so it tracks left. It has no tracking to the right, but it's safe. You can use it as a keep out tool. Like I said before, on counter hit, you get a full launcher from it. But definitely forward neutral 3, excellent mid. You should use with Reina. Safe at -6. Let's go pushback. Yeah, very, very good. So another key mid, I think, for Reina is Heaven's Wrath 3+4. Now, Heaven's Wrath 3+4, as I demonstrated before, you can use it like after a Hell Sweep, for example. It's got excellent tracking to both sides, actually. The only way like this move can get stepped is like if the opponent does like a sidestep right duck. But if they don't do that, this is almost like guaranteed, basically, after like a Hell Sweep, because you're +6, or like after any move that leaves you at like +8, into Heaven's Wrath, you could just throw this out. Now it can get beaten out by like the jab, like when you're in Hell Sweep, or like if someone power crushes, for example. But this move is excellent. It's neutral on block. It's gives you a guaranteed follow up in CD3, and it's got very, very good tracking, especially for being 0 on block mid, right? So Heaven's Wrath 3+4, definitely like a key mid you should use with Reina. Next one I got is Sentai 4. I already talked about this move quite a bit. So Sentai 4, it doesn't track, but after like certain moves, it is guaranteed. You could even throw it out by itself. It is -6, +8 on hit, whether you go into a stance or not. So you could just keep pressuring with this, right? And it's only +6. And on +6, there are limited mind games that you could do with Reina still. So Sentai 2, very, very good. And then Unsoku 4 is like the last key mid I think is worth mentioning. Is this one. It does high crush. So for example, if you do like forward 2 into Unsoku, if they do like a jab, it will high crush. It is a heat engager. It is a full combo in heat, and it is safe, right? At only -8. It's only -8, and you can use it manually. So her back 3, which is the Unsoku transition, it isn't the most evasive, so it's not like a Kempo, but it does have some evasion. So you can bait people into pressing and then do something like this, which is long range. So definitely Unsoku 4 is one of the more key Reina moves. And the good thing about this move is that it tracks. So like for example, after so if you do like this move, right, into +5, if they try to step, I can show you just real quick. So sidewalk right. It'll clip them, and then sidewalk left. it'll clip them. So it's got very, very good tracking to both sides, and definitely like a move, you know, you should use while playing Reina. So that should cover it in terms of the mids. Hopefully I didn't miss any, but those are like the majority of mids you should be using when playing Reina. And yeah, so we'll go over the lows now. Okay, so before I cover the lows, there are two mids that I missed in my mid section. This is down 2, which is a 15 frame elbow that she has, and 0 on block. And on hit, it's +3, I think. Yeah, +3. It does give a guaranteed follow-up, which is very nice. And the good thing about this is that on counter hit, if there's like a flow break, you know, like a hazard, this will launch. And then heat, you have down to 1+2, which is +5. Does some chip damage as well. You know, you could pressure stuff from Unsoku. But, you know, since the Season 3 nerf, the counterplay to this is down jab. They can down jab all your options, but you don't have to commit to an option, right? So you could definitely play mind games with it, bait different stuff. If they down jab, you could bait it, step, you know, hop kick or punish them. So down 2, definitely like a key Reina move. It is linear to both sides, but it's something you should be aware of. Down 2, definitely a key mid. And also her CD1. Now this by itself is -22, but there is a mind game to it. So if I can show you, so there is a mid-high, which is safe at -7, and there is a mid. So if they duck, you are only like -12, and they are left in crouch. So most characters can only do like a while standing, you know, 4 launcher, for example, right? And the cool thing about this is that this CD1, it high crushes, and if there's like a, you know, a flow break, I mean, you know, like a hazard on the ground, right? So like a stage hazard, that you know, you could get like a ground break, sorry, like a ground break. If the second hit hits them, it will activate, right? And you are only -12 from this move, but it's definitely something, you know, to keep in mind with your mix. If you don't want to do the mid, you can do the high to pressure. The high does wall splat. So let me show you something real quick. So they try to punish you. The high will, you know, wall splat them. I'm not sure why it's not doing that. Yeah, so CD1, not a move you should throw out a lot, but, you know, you could vary up and mix your opponents with it instead of doing the CD3 all the time. You could do CD14 or CD13. So, yeah, so that's for all the mids. In regards to the lows, this is going to be the shortest section. That's because Reina's lows are not that great, but she does have some decent lows. Her best low is hands down her hell sweep, 28 damage. You can just do it by itself, leaves you at -1. But if you hold down, you go into Heaven's Wrath stance. You don't have to commit. Like, since you can't block in Heaven's Wrath stance, you could do the down forward and then back, you know, stance cancel I mentioned previously. But you are still +6, right? So you could definitely pressure, you know, with your Heaven's Wrath options and catch people, or just maintain pressure as well. If they're expecting, you could do like a hell sweep into hell sweep, right? But you know, the problem with the hell sweep is that it is linear to both sides and it is launch punishable, so it's very risky to throw out. But definitely her best low by far, I think. And then going over some of her other key lows, her safest low that she has is forward neutral 4. This is the new low she got in season 2. It is -12. So it's like one of the only lows that Kazuya can't launch, and Eddie, for example, is they have like a 13 frame while standing punishment. But the good thing about this is that while this move is linear, it's got very good range. It high crushes, and on counter hit, you know, if you don't go into stance, you are plus 10, so you could do like 1-1-2. And if you commit to the stance transition, you are plus 13 on counter hit. But even if you don't get a counter hit, you are plus 13 in Sentai stance. So you could do like Sentai 2, Sentai 3, right? So plus 3 is not a lot, but you know, it's something. But forward neutral 4, definitely a very good low poke from Reina. The downside to this is that, you know, if it whiffs, you can very easily get whiff punish for it and launched. And if they step, they will step this to both sides since it's very linear. And her other key low is down back 4. Down back 4 is very, very good. The only like downside to it, I think, is that it is on the lower range, as you can see. But it is -2 on hit, which is not that great, like on paper. But it does have an extension. It's got a low mid extension. So by itself, I could show you, it is -13, right? But if they try to punish you, they'll get hit by the mid. And this move as well has a counter hit property. So by itself on counter hit, it is +2. And on counter hit, the rest is guaranteed. And as you can see, it's a wall splat. So you could get like a full combo. So it's very, very good. Definitely one of her key lows. It tracks the Reina's weak side, actually. So if they like to step left a lot, you can clip them with this. It is linear to the right. But down back 4, definitely a decent low. And you can play mind games off it. So you could do like down back 4 into down jab. Down back 4 into, because you could delay, you know, the second hit. Down back 4 into delayed second hit. If they're not holding back, or if they, you know, want to retaliate, this will catch them. If they block, as I said, you know, previously, you can catch them with the follow-up. So down back 4, very, very good low. And then for her other low, we have sidestep 4. This is her only sidestep move, so it is quite telegraphed, but it's got very, very good range, decent tracking. It's 0 on hit. On block, it's -13. So like Kazuya and Eddie, they can launch you for this, right? Cool thing about this though, on counter hit, you are +13. You don't get anything guaranteed, right? So nothing's guaranteed, but +13, you know, you have a lot to work with. So, you know, you could maintain pressure afterwards. And the cool thing about this is that while it is telegraphed, you could mix it. So if I do like a sidestep, I can do like a sidestep into a very delayed 4. I could do a sidestep into forward 4. So if they duck, you know, you'll catch them with this and then you get a guaranteed follow-up. I could, you know, even do like a sidestep into hop kick, you know, if they're expecting the low. You could keep it safe and do like a sidestep into down forward 4. I mean, there's a lot of, you know, mind games you could play off that alone, right? But sidestep 4 is definitely one of her like more key lows, I'd say. And this next move, I'm not too sure if I should call it her key low, but it's a very, very chunky low she has. It's down back 2. I mean, yeah, it is her key low because of like, you know, the situational stuff. I made a video previously about how you can convert down back 2 into a full combo, like after a heat dash or after like certain moves. But like in neutral, it is linear. It is -3 on hit. And you know, if they do block it, it is minus 16. So you are getting launched for this if they block it. So the reason why like I'm skeptical in calling this like a key move is because at this point, you know, if you are gonna get launched, you might as well go for the hell sweep, right? But the cool thing is about this move is sometimes you could mask it. You know, the hell sweep comes out of a Wavu, and sometimes this is good, you know, to catch your opponent off guard. On the counter here, you are +3. So, you know, you should be wary of that. So take your plus frames if you can. But yeah, -3 is on here. It does 22 damage. But on here, you are -3. So it's basically like a down foot 1 situation with Reina. So yeah, decent range as well, which is nice. And it's 20 frames. So it's you know, very, very hard to react to. So down back 2, definitely a low. You know, you should keep in mind and throw out once in a while. And then down 4, which is a generic low. That's our fastest low in neutral. It is one of the bad poke tools, you know, like the low pokes Reina has, because it does have decent tracking. And if you want to annoy your opponent, you can, you know, use this low. It is unreactable at 12 frames, but it is launch punishable at -15. So it is risky, you know, to keep spamming, but it's there, you know, when you need it. So having like a generic low, like down 4, is always good to have. Now, what else? Some of her like stance lows, like she has, I wouldn't really call them key. The risk reward is totally not in your favor. Like with this, right? I wouldn't use them too much, but yeah. As far as lows are concerned, I think those are like the main, you know, lows you want to use. So forward neutral 4, your safest one. Down back 4, very, very good mid low poke. Not the best range, but you do have mind games, you know, from it. Hell sweep, your best low, and sidestep 4. So those are like the main lows, I'd say, that you should be, you know, aware of as a Reina player. All right, so in this section, I'm gonna go over Reina's heat. I'll cover her heat mode, heat engages, and her heat moves. I'm also gonna go over what best to do after a heat engager and a heat dash. So first off, we have her heat engager moves. So down forward 1-4, just a 13 frame mid, puts you into a heat engager, and afterwards gives you a guaranteed hit. Next up, we got forward 3, puts you into heat, and gives you a full combo on heat dash. Next one, Sentai 3, heat engager, and gives you a guaranteed follow-up. The next one is Unsoku 4, and this one gives you a full combo. The other one is from her Heaven's Wrath stance, so Heaven's Wrath 2, puts you into heat, and I can show you, gives you a full combo. I'll show you like the heat combos and stuff like that in the combo section, but for now we're just gonna stick to Reina's heat. And now in heat, she also gets from her, you know, standing 3 I demonstrated earlier. She also gets a heat move from that. But it's a full-on string, 51 damage on hit. It's safe on block at -8. It does a lot of chip damage as well, as you can see. So very, very good move. High, mid. The other heat move that Reina has is from her 3+4 string. So 3+4, 4. 54 damage. Also safe on block at -8. Those are all mids. The other heat move she has is from her unblockable. I haven't talked about this move yet, but I'll mention it in in a future section. So this is her unblockable that you could charge with forward 3+4. And in heat, she gets an extension. So it looks like this. If I put the character to block, it is also safe. Oh my god. There you go. So you could charge it or let go, you know, earlier. But the cool thing about this move is that if you're in heat and you manage to get like the full charge, the second hit will splat for a full combo. So that's very good to know. Her next heat move she gets is from her down 2. So down 2, 1+2, puts you at 5 in Unsoku stance. And I can just show you. 45 damage on hit, so very, very good. Next one she has is her low heat smash. 35 damage. It is very risky at -17, but it has very good tracking and it's a very good mix from Heaven's Wrath when you're in heat. And it combos as well, so like ground breaks, and activates like the stage hazards. So pretty good move. Also she has a parry. Let me demonstrate. So this is like an everything parry in her Heaven's Wrath. Cool. The parries, like punches, kicks, elbows. It doesn't parry hop kicks, like aerial moves, but everything else it parries. So I can show you. Sorry. Let's go into heat. There you go. And if I stay into, like, if you do like a manual Heaven's Wrath, down 1+2, you could parry strings as well. So let me show you. And maybe let me have Reina do like a little quick string. So for example, what's a good string? Like something like this, right? But yeah, you get the idea. It's hard to demonstrate, but for example, if they do like a successive attack, she parries like the first hit and the second hit when you're in Heaven's Wrath in heat. But there is counterplay to it. You can't get grabbed, so because it is like it is a auto parry. So yeah, but that's just one of the things she has in heat. And then of course you have your heat smash, which puts you into Heaven's Wrath. I forgot to mention this as a Heaven's Wrath transition move at +8. And on here, it just knocks down like that. But it also wall breaks. So if there's like a wall break, you get a full combo from that. And so that should cover everything in regards to Reina's heat engages and heat moves. So just to touch up on Reina's parry in heat, since this is important. I'll cover more in like the parry section, but let me demonstrate properly this time what I meant. So if you do like a manual parry, which is back, and any of the grab buttons, she'll do like a manual parry. You will, if you're in heat, you will parry like strings and stuff like that. And then if, for example, you enter like stance from certain moves, so let me just set this up so it punishes. So for example, let's do right. Okay, so if I'm in heat and I do like a move that it's like this, and and I'm in Heaven's Wrath, it's an auto parry. If I do like after a hell sweep, for example, as well, and if they mash, you parry. So that's basically her auto parry. I'll go more in depth in the parry section, but I just thought I'd throw this in there. Okay, so now I'm gonna talk about what best to do after a heat engager. A heat engager is this, which leaves you at +9. One of the best things to do with Reina after +9 in a heat engager situation is her down 1+2. So her down 1+2 comes out at 15 frames. After this situation, the down 1+2 is uninterruptible. They can't parry. They can't power crush. They can't step. Some characters can parry, like Jin, for example. But you have to be careful. But generally, that's one of your best options after heat engager. It beats out power crushes. It beats out rage arts. They can't step you. They can't interrupt. Nothing. So it's very, very good to do. And the threat of down 1+2 is there. So if your opponent does respect it, you can do something slower as well. So you can do like a wall running move. So wall running 3. You could do wall running 4, to maintain pressure as well. But those moves are slower. But they're always an option, right? So you could do that. You could even do forward 2 if you think they're gonna mash, for example, into whatever option you want. And the cool thing about this as well is that you could also do her. You could also use like her Mishima tools. So you could do like an electric. You could do like a hell sweep. CD3, you can use all her main Waveu options, from Wave Dash. And the cool thing about this is that because the threat of down 1+2 is there, a lot of people will be very hesitant to duck Reina, but you could sneak in a hell sweep afterwards, right? And a technique I use when it comes to heat engages is that you want to buffer. So if you do like an electric or a CD3 or a hell sweep, right? You want to buffer it. So the way I do it is while you're in the heat engager state, you mash forward a bunch of times, and then you do your input. That way it comes out the fastest possible, and they can't step it or interrupt it, right? So for example, the electric, depending on how fast your input is, it can come out at 13, 14 frames even, right? So after +9, you get the idea. It's very, very, very fast. And her hell sweep comes out at 16 frames. After +9, it comes out at 6 frames, basically. So, 7 frames. So it's very good, to throw out and mix your opponent. Another thing you could do in the heat engager, if you want to, you could do like a heat move, for example. Comes out at 18 frames, so after +9 comes out at 9. You wanna chip your opponent, so that's good to do. You could also do grabs to bait people, right? And the cool thing about Reina as well is that she could go. The cool thing about any character in a heat engager state is that you could go into crouch. So if you hold down, you could start mixing your opponent from crouch. And once most people you play against, once they see you in crouch, they will expect the hell sweep. So this is where you could play further minding. So instead of a hell sweep, you could buffer a CD3. If you want, you could go for a hell sweep, from crouch. You could even go for an electric from crouch. Sorry. And what you can also do, this is a little bit of a more advanced technique, but you could crouch cancel into a normal move. So for example, I can fake a hell sweep, do this, crouch cancel into this, and most often than not, people will expect the L sweep when you're ducking, and if you crouch cancel in this, you you're more likely to hit them, right? But there's a lot of mind games in terms of what Reina can do with her he engages. But your best option, I think, by far, if you just want to keep it safe as well, is down to 1+2, because it's uninterruptible, unsteppable, and gives you some chip. +5 into another mix-up, and depending on how they react, you can adjust to the situation. So yeah, that's one of the good things. Oh yeah, and from crouch as well, you do forward 2 or like a mid, with like mix-up potential. In a like he engages state, you could also do like a quick low, like down back 4, for example. What else? Hopefully I'm not missing anything, but yeah, that should cover most of it. I mean, you can do like from a crouch state, you could do forward 3, you could do from a crouch state, you can even do a forward 4. If you do forward and then forward 4, so mix that up, with another mid. You can also do something like, let's see, with Reina, you could do down foot 1, but like if you want like a really quick mid, if you know they're gonna mash, also do something like this. Generally, I would stick to down 1+2, her heat moves, her Mishima tools, so like the electric, hell sweep, CD3. Oh, and one good thing to do as well, especially if there's like a ground hazard, on the specific map, you could do CD1 and play mind games off that, or you could do CD1-3 or CD1-4, right? So there's a lot of tools you have at your disposal with Reina in terms of like the he engager. You have some safe tools that you could do, and you have a lot of mix-up potential as well with like your hell sweep, further mix-ups, and yeah. So you could experiment, with what you want to do. Like I said, while running to maintain pressure as well. If they start respecting you, that's when it works. But keep in mind, if you do like a while running, like 3 right here, you can get stepped. It's not guaranteed. So yeah, that should cover most of her like key engager options and what you could do. And the little tech, I mentioned, where if you want to do like her Mishima tools, you could buffer the input. So you just spam forward, and then you do like your electric or your hell sweep. That way, it's always consistent and it comes out the fastest. So yeah, so that should cover what to do after a heat engager with Reina. So now, when it comes to heat dashes, just put on standing block. So it looks like this. You're always +5. And with Reina, you have a few good options after this. So one of the best options that she has is 1+2, my opinion. This, as I previously mentioned, this shuts down people stepping, power crushing, down jabbing, rage out in even. So this is like a very good tool, to shut down people that are trying to counterplay you. But it is -10, so you have to be careful with that. Other thing you could do if you want to keep it more safe, but it's not a frame trap, is back 2. This will catch people stepping. Unfortunately, this will lose to people down jabbing or power crushing, but it's always there. You can also do like her 1-1. This will also shut down people stepping, power crushing, rage out in, stuff like that. You could do her forward 2 if people just stay still. which is nice. Forward 2, the fastest input comes out at 13 frames. So after +5, it comes out at 8. But do keep in mind that, you know, this is linear, so it can be stepped. And just like her he engage attack, you can also buffer her Mishima tools. So you can get an electric that's 11 frames fast. You can also mix people up, you know, with the hell sweep. And what I usually like to do as well, if you know, people try to step either way, and they don't like challenge you, for example, is her CD3. Her CD3 after +5 is basically homing. They can't step it at all. It tracks to both sides, and it's a very, very powerful mid. Also, you could do some lows that she has. So down back 4 is very good. Tracks to her weak side, but it comes out at 11 frames, so they can interrupt it with a down jab or a regular jab. What else? You can also do like her down forward 1 as well, just to mid check people, but it can get step left if they do that. Doing grabs is good as well, especially against people that are mashing, because I'll get into this later on, but Reina has a really good, like a very solid ground game. So yeah, so for your mid, like a mid that basically does everything for you, but it's -10 is 1+2. They'll shut down anything they try to do. You have your electric. You can hell sweep, continuous pressure. PD3 is amazing after a heat dash. Back 2, of course, to catch people stepping either side. Her jab string is very good. You could do like a single jab, 1-1, 1-2. You could do like a 10. So this becomes a 10 frame mid, down forward 4. Very good to do. Mid, safe, and you know, on a hit you get plus frames. Also, something that's underrated is magic 4, so standing 4. That's very good to do. On plus frames, it does track to her weak side, and you know, if they're at the wall, for example, it's a frame trap as well because it's 13 frames. But after +5, it comes at 8. So at the wall, it will wall splat. If they do like to mash as well, up forward 1, it's a good frame trap because you're +5. So yeah, you have a lot of options with Reina after a heat dash. If they do try to step, as a lot of people do, to counter that, you have your homing moves, so back 1, standing 3, for example, and you know, CD3 is basically homing after +5. And 1+2 is basically homing as well, so they can't step it. So those are just some things you could do after a heat dash with Reina. Quick, because I forgot to mention this, her down 2 as well is very good to use after a heat dash. So for example, if they down jab, because it comes out at 15 frames, it'll come out at 10 frames after a heat dash. And it will trade with people down jabbing or, you know, jab doing anything. That's like 10 frames. So on trade, it's very good to do. If the opponent disrespects you, you still get a guaranteed follow-up afterwards. And, you know, if there's like a stage hazard, it will launch even on trade. So down 2, also very good mid-poke to do. But it is linear, so you have to be careful. But yeah, I forgot to mention that one. Okay, so in terms of play style, you could play Reina in a variety of ways. As I previously mentioned, she's a very versatile character, and in this section, I'm gonna keep it simple for the most part, not to overcomplicate things. But I want to get started with some of Reina's pokes. So if you want to play like a poking heavy style, you have your 1-1 with Reina. Her 1 string in general is very, very good. So 1-1 on block is -1, so fairly safe, almost neutral. You could still maintain your turn. You could still move around. You could backdash. You could do 1-1 into 1-1. 1-1 into like, you know, down forward 1, or if you want like a 13 frame mid, because it's -1, you could do 1+2, catches people off guard quite a lot. So 1-1, very good string, very good range as well. And if it does hit, you know, you can hit confirm it, and then you get into Sentai stance to maintain pressure, whether it's Sentai 2, Sentai 3, further +1. If you just want to do 1-2, it's very good, you know, her jab strings. So do use that a lot. Down forward 1 as well, amazing. Even though it doesn't track to her weak side and it can't get stepped, it's a very, very good mid check. There's mind games to it as well. You could do just a single hit, 1-1, down forward 1-1, which is a mid high. You could do down forward 1 into forward, Sentai stance. You could do, you know, mid if you think your opponent is gonna duck. If you have heat, you know, this mid guaranteed +5. Yeah, down forward 1, very, very good. Mix it with 1-1. 1+2, also very, very good. Even though it's -10, it's your 12 frame mid. So do use it, you know, in the right situations whenever you can. Also, her down forward 4, very, very underutilized move. So on block, it's only -4, 15 frames. On hit, +7. So you keep, you know, you keep your turn after, and you can maintain pressure. There's mind games to this move, so it's a mid high, right? If you do the mid on hit, +6. If you could go into Heaven's Wrath stance with holding down at +8, maintaining pressure. If they block this, a lot of the times they will expect the last hit, so there's a little bit of a mind game to this. If they mash, catch him with the last hit, I'll show you what that looks like. Yeah, guaranteed follow-up. If you condition them with you know, just doing the regular hit over and over, or for example they mash into the second hit, if the second hit counter hits, the rest of the string is guaranteed, giving you a guaranteed follow-up again. So that's very good. Her other mid poke that she has, down 4, very good to throw out. It is a linear, but it's 15 frames. It's a elbow, so it can't be parried. +3 on hit, 0 on block, and it leaves them in a crouching state. So there's a lot you could do with that. You could do like a down jab, do like a generic down 4. You could step, right? You could do 1-1 afterwards. So it's anyone's turn after that, which is really nice. So down 2, definitely something you should use. It's got counter hit properties. Yeah, very, very good move to use. Another good move to use with Reina is a down back 4 as a poke tool. The down back 4 has mind games, as previously mentioned. It's got pretty okay-ish range, as you can see. Tracks to her weak side. Yeah, so use that, and there's a, you know, mind game to it with the extension at -12. So this is a -13 low, right? But if you do the full thing, it's -12, leaves them standing. So not too bad. Side step 4, very, very good low poke as well to use with Reina. Same thing as well. On hit 0, -13 on block, gives you a counter hit property. At +13, so very, very nice. Another good low to use as a poke with Reina is her forward neutral 4. Also comes out as Sentai stance. I mean, Usoku stance, sorry. +3 on hit, leaves you into Sentai stance, or if you hold back, leaves you at 0. So very, very good to mix. Back 2, very, very good. Mid homing, 16 frames, can be used as a poke, even as a keep out tool, to be honest. And you could definitely mix it up. So for example, if I do like this and they like to step a lot, I could do this into jabs, right? So she has amazing, amazing tools, so do make use of them. Another good poke she has is up forward 1. I mean, it is 21 frames, but high mid, safe, right? -5 only. Got pretty good range. It can be very good, you know, to sort of engage your opponent with this. So up forward 3, 1. That's the move. Not a lot of Reina players use that, but it's pretty good, especially if you're going for like a poke style. You know, try poking up your opponent, not take too many risks. You have your forward neutral 3 as well. Forward neutral 3 tracks the Reina's weak side, which is side step left. It's got some pushback as well. -6. Very, very good range, as you can see. It can be step right if they side step, and depending on your timing, it can be quite linear, but generally, if you're good with the timing, this will clip people trying to side step left. What else? Really, really good poking tools with Reina. This is sort of a poke as well. You can use it here and there, neutral, down back 2. Very, very good. Leaves you at -3. Forward 4. Forward 2. Up forward 1 as well. You can use it as a counter hit. So if they're not taking their frames, you can you know, take your turn, counter hit them, and on counter hit you get, you know, +17 guaranteed follow-ups. So you could use up forward 1. It's very, very good. You could even use a back 1 as a poke. Play mind games with it. Back 1, 1, 3. You could do like manual pokes from Sentai stand. So Sentai 3, Sentai 2, for example. Yeah, those are really good to do. Also, a very good poking tool is forward 2. So forward 2, 3, forward 2 into up or down, into going to unsoku, maintain your pressure. All right, definitely very, very good poke tool to use with Reina, especially since if you do the full string, it's high mid at -9, so safe. The second hit is very, very delayable as well, so that's very good. And yeah, so those are like the majority of like the pokes I would recommend you use with Reina. And she also, she also has 2-2. So her 2 is 12 frames. This also, the second hit has very good tracking for Reina's weak side. So 2-2, very hit confirmable. It's her 12 frame punish. You can play mind games off it as well. It's not the best if you play against like better players. Like if you do like 2-2-2, for example. So high, mid. Sorry, double high mid. The mid is very slow at 29 frames. So it can be stepped to either side or interrupted. But there are man games to it. So you could do like 2-2 just by itself, which is -11. It's a high that jails. If they try to punish, step, or you know, if they think that the third hit is going to come out, you can risk it by going for the headbutt. But it is -14, so be wary of that. It is a wall splat though. As you can see, you can get a wall combo. But yeah, so those are just some tools, you know, you could use with Reina to play like a poking heavy style. You don't have to risk it all the time. Go for like hell sweeps or like heavy mix-ups. You can outpoke your opponent. Like that. Move around. Also, Reina has amazing movement, so do use that in all situations. You know, you have to know when to step, of course, but like her side steps are very, very good. Her backdash is amazing. Her movement in general is very good. So you want to be very active with her most times, you know. And then you have your amazing pokes to accommodate you with that as well. So those are just some pokes that I would recommend if you want to play poking heavy playstyle with Reina. All right, so now I'm going to talk about Reina's offensive and defensive pressure. So if you want to, you know, use like an offensive playstyle with Reina, you can. You have a lot of pressure tools you could use with her. So for example, I'm going to show you some of her plus frame moves. So of course, you have your electric, +5. Very, very good. It does have pushback. But you can loop it. You could do like an electric into an electric. You could do an electric into forward forward 2, do an electric into CD3, for example. That's one of her best pressure tools is the electric, and how versatile it is, and in the ways you can apply it. You could use it as a whiff punisher as well. You can use it as a keep out tool. You know, if you space correctly and the opponent whiffs, you could punish. If they try to you know, engage you in any way, and you want to use any keep out tools, your electric is very good to use. And also because it's +5, you do you know, you do take your turn, so it's still your turn technically. They can step after this, but you know, you can catch their step with a back 2. You could do an electric into bait, right? You could bait anything if they press back. You have your wall running moves with Reina, if you want to enforce plus frames. So you have your wall running 3 at +6. At +6, there are various things you could do to maintain pressure. You could do wall running 3 into an electric. You could do wall running 3 into jabs. 1-1. 1-1 is a very good pressure tool as well with Reina. So at +6, there's a lot you can work with. You could even go for a hell sweep, for example. You have also a wall running 4. If you hold down, you go into Heaven's Wrath stance, right? And at +8, there's a lot of frame traps you can use. So +8 is a lot, and it's very good for you. You know, +8 in Heaven's Wrath stance. Also, she has her hell sweep, of course. Puts you in Heaven's Wrath stance at +6. Good thing about this, if you're in Heaven's Wrath stance, for example, and you want to maintain your pressure over and over again, you could do like a hell sweep, and if they hold back, they're respecting you. You could do Heaven's Wrath 3-4. You could loop this +8, +8, and if they want to retaliate, for example, you could frame trap them with Heaven's Wrath 1. And if they do press and you frame trap them, like say if you have them at the wall, you can get a wall splat, right? You could do sorry, if you don't want to like in the neutral, for example, like you get this guaranteed. If it doesn't counter hit, you can even, you know, get he engage off this, and it comes out at 12 frames. So it's a very good frame trap tool. You do Heaven's Wrath 2, you do Heaven's Wrath 3+4, but the only way you can maintain like pressure in Heaven's Wrath is this move, Heaven's Wrath 3-4 +8. Very, very good. If you don't hold down, it's +6, so you're still very plus, and it does a lot of chip damage as well. Good pressure tool with Reina is forward 4, only +2, you know, but still you are on plus. There's a lot you could do. If the opponent is respecting you, you can loop it. You do jabs, do down 4, do down forward 1. If they step a lot, you could do down back 2. But yeah, forward 4, decent pressure tool with Reina. Good to be mixed, you know, with your electrics. So yeah, so for plus frames, you have the electric at +5. You have wall running 3 at +6. You have your wall running 4. If you don't go into stance, you're +4. If you do go into stance, you're +8. In terms of like stance pressure, from Sentai, he has Sentai 3 +1, full frame, homing high. Of course, you have your Sentai 4 as well, which is slow mid. Does chip damage on block, +4. So you could frame trap. I'll go over like different frame traps and what to do in the frame trap section. But for now, I'm just gonna show you like all the plus frame moves she has on block, and how you can maintain like an aggressive play style. But generally with Reina, if you want to be very, very aggressive, you have your forward 2 stance pressure, put them in a mix. You could just do forward 2 by itself. You could do forward 2, hold Sentai, so the forward button to go into Sentai. You could hold back into nothing. You could finish it. if they like to, you know, just hold back a lot, you can break their guard, you know, with the unblockable grab. Also, good pressure tool with Reina. I mentioned this move before, but forward 2. If you're forward 2-3, if the second hit counter hits, you get guaranteed follow-ups. If you don't go into a Sentai stance, though, on counter hit, you are +6. So nothing is guaranteed. But the good thing about this move is that forward 2 has a lot of mind games to it. So you could do, to start your pressure with like forward 2 into Unsoku, you do Unsoku 2, you do Unsoku 4, Unsoku 3, you know, Unsoku down, down 4, high crush as well. You could do also Unsoku into Waivu, or like the crouch dash. You could get electric. You could get, you know, CD3. You could do Hell Sweep. And yeah, so forward 2 gives you a lot of opportunities to be aggressive with Reina. And the other way you could be aggressive with Reina as well is her, let's see. So electric I mentioned, Hell Sweep I mentioned, CD3 very good to throw out as well. Yeah. So full neutral 4 is a decent pressure tool, leaves you at +3 into Sentai mix. Right, so you could use that as a pressure tool. What else? Down forward 1 can be used as a pressure tool as well, because of the mind games behind it. Like for example, if you do down forward 1 and they like to constantly mash a lot, you could do Sentai transition into Power Crush, which is hit confirmable. If they don't, if they respect you a lot, you can mix them in Sentai, do the unblockable grab. So she has a lot of good pressure tools that you can use. Not a lot of like plus frame after plus frame, so you can't like always be plus with her, like in comparison to some other characters. But yeah, her pressure tools are very good. And obviously, in when you're in heat, you have your down 2, 1+2, leaves you at +5. So very, very you know, good pressure tool to use as well. Does chip damage. Yeah, so those are like the majority of her moves that have like plus frames. And then some of her like defensive pressure tools I can show you. So Reina has a lot of good like defensive options that you can use. So for example, if so either or, right? So for example, if you do like a down forward 1 and they like to, you know, keep pressing buttons back, right? So whether it's the jab or another down forward 1, she has a punch parry. So you could use this punch parry to shut down people's offense. And this punch parry gives you a bunch of guaranteed stuff. Like for example, you're left at +12 when you do the punch parry, and then you have to stance cancel, which I'll show you how to do that in the latest section when it comes to the parries. But it's very good to use as a defensive option. So you have your 10 frame, and then you could even get, because you're +12, you could get a 12 frame as well. It's harder to do though. You have to be perfect. Show you real quick. There you go. So you get a 12 frame which wall splats, and yeah, it's very, very good. So you could use her parries to apply some defensive pressure as well on your opponents. And also, if you want to be defensively aggressive, whenever you're -4 or below with Reina, like for example, if they do like a lot of highs, right? So if I do like a down forward 1 and they do a high, you can high crush with Reina So anything that's like -4 and below, you could do that. Oh yeah, and one of the moves that's very good to apply offensive pressure, even though it's -2 on block, is forward 3+4. There you go, -2. If they do like a mid, you'll beat them like with the jabs. They come out 12 frames. You could do like a down jab, the bait stuff as well, sidestepping. Yeah, so very, very good offensive and defensive pulls with Reina. And if they like to, do a lot of strings on you or like mash on you a lot, using her manual parry as well is very good. So you have your punch parry with Reina and your manual parry. And also she has a lot of like high crushing moves. So back 4 is one of them. They all work the same. So at -4, -4, right, and below. So for moves like this, -4 and below, you could do back 4. You could do 3, 3-1, 3-4, 3-1 on counter hit. We'll give you a full launcher. Just demonstrate. All right. So for example, if I do like this, okay, so back 4. Alright, so it doesn't count it, but yeah, you get like a counter hit launcher, from this move. So you have to, be wary of what your opponent does, and keep in mind all the tools you have with Reina, because you can't always, like, you risk a lot being very aggressive with her, but then again, like, if the opponent is very aggressive with you, you have tools to deal with that. So if they do like a lot of punches, you can punch parry. They like to finish strings, you can utilize her like manual parry, and you get like guaranteed follow-ups afterwards, depending on the move, which I'll show you later on. But it's when you play Reina, it's very important to know when to be passive and aggressive. You have to counter different playstyles of your opponent and use the tools Reina has. So for example, homing moves, mind games, timing, baiting. You have to always use every tool at your disposal with Reina. So if you want to maintain pressure, I mean, you can, right? So I can loop an electric into an electric, or like this into this, right? But you can't get stepped, so you do risk a lot with that. And obviously with the hell sweep, you can loop the hell sweep, and it's all hell sweep into hell sweep, hell sweep into this, to maintain pressure, hell sweep into Heaven's Wrath 2 into more pressure, for example. But everything I just demonstrated has risks to it. So you risk getting either ducked and launched. You risk getting stepped as well. This is linear. So you have to be very careful with how you approach, being aggressive with Reina. Even her forward 2. Her forward 2 is linear, and then all the follow-ups afterwards. You have your high. A lot of Reina players just like to throw this out mindlessly. Can't get ducked and launched for that. This you can get stepped and launched for. A lot of the times people will just jab you, when you do forward 2. Like, let me just show you real quick. I got the jab. So I'm doing like forward 2 into any option, right? So forward 2 into Sentai 2. Jab interrupt. This will trade Sentai 3. You can risk it by like going for the low, but that's launch punishable if they duck. Obviously you have your power crush as well. Well, if they just do like a single jab, it won't hit. But at least you'll be safe. So the good thing to do with Reina is to apply a lot of mind games. So for example, pay attention to how your opponent is playing. you can be very aggressive with her, but there are risks. But the good thing about Reina is you don't have to commit to every option. So I could do like a forward 2 into duck to bait the the high punch, for example. So after this, while standing 3+4, it's a safe-ish, high crush tool she has. So you could use this. It's a +14. And then after +14, I'm just too slow here. There you go. That's guaranteed. And then you can, maintain pressure. So you could definitely, have like a bulldog, style with Reina and just go ham on your opponents. But it does come with a lot of risk. But I'll show you more later on how to utilize certain things and the Reina Trickery that you could utilize as well to play more mind games with the opponent and counter people trying to counter you. Okay, so in terms of pressure with Reina and having like an aggressive playstyle, at the wall is when Reina shines most, in my opinion. When you have your opponent with their backs towards the wall, you can apply some devastating pressure to them. Like for example, Reina's Hell Sweep in the neutral, the untechable grab, it will whiff. It's not guaranteed. But when you have them at the wall, you can threaten them with this, and this changes the game entirely for Reina because now the opponent really does have a reason to duck. It's homing, it's high, and this throw does extra damage, because it wall splat. So that's 35 damage, so quite chunky, But in terms of her hell sweep, you're still +6 at the wall. But here, like, you could do a bunch of stuff. So if they duck, you could do Sentai 2. You could do, Heaven's Wrath 2. You could do Heaven's Wrath 3+4 even. If they respect you, or if they duck, you can also do Heaven's Wrath 3-4. You could threaten them with, especially if they duck, you could threaten them with the 4-string in Heaven's Wrath. If they duck, this is all guaranteed. Let me show you. Just for you to wall splat them again after this. But that's a good pressure tool. But your main mix, to be honest, when it comes to like your hell sweep pressure, is either the unblockable high, untechable high, sorry. If you want to frame trap them, some people might, power crush or retaliate. You could do 2. 2 will beat out power crushes, rage arcs, stuff like that. And Heaven's Wrath 2-1 wall splats at this range as well, so you can continue your pressure. And obviously, your mid. So Heaven's Wrath 2 wall splats if they duck. If you do Heaven's Wrath 3+4, if they duck, all you get is a guaranteed follow-up. But you still maintain pressure afterwards. So you have a lot of options in terms of what you could do with hell sweep pressure. So knowing this, your opponent will start to duck. But that's when you can start using your mid. So like the CD3 or wall splat, for example. You can also utilize her 1-1-2. So at the wall, her 1-1-2 has a special property. So as you could see, if I don't hold back, I am +23. And at +23, if you transition to Sentai stance, the Sentai 4 is uninterruptible. So let me show you. So if they do anything, I have it set to where they do like, because they are left in a crouching state. If they mash anything, like a while standing 4-4 or power crush, anything, this is what's gonna happen. Then you get a guaranteed follow-up. So this is uninterruptible because you are +23. So the move comes out at basically 3 frames, which is very good. And if they do block it, you're +4, so you can maintain pressure. But where 112 shines most at the wall is if you hold back. If you hold back, you are +14, and you're not locked into any like Sentai moves afterwards. So you could do a bunch of things. You could start, you could do another hell sweep at +14. So the threat is always there because of that. You could do forward 4, leaves you at +2. So the threat of that is always there as well. If they don't duck, you are +2. If they do duck, you get you get another wall splat. So very, very devastating, very scary, for the opponent, as they have to guess. You put them in a guessing situation. And what I also like to do, that I don't really see a lot of Reina players use, because you're +14, you can start pressuring them even more with like a while running 3. So this is 24 frames, and at +14, it comes out at 10 frames. So it can trade with the jab, for example, because it comes out at 10 frames. And if you're a little bit slower, you can get fluid. But usually, they won't press. If they do like a power crush or anything like that, you could start, applying like something like this. You can even, like, if you're in heat, for example, a very good frame trap to do something like this, right? It will wall splat again and reset the whole situation again. So her like wall pressure is very, very crazy, in my opinion. You have a lot of things to work with, and if you get the 112, always keep in mind that you have insane plus frames to deal with. Whether you hold back at +14 or go into Sentai at +23, you have a lot of options. Like, for example, I would not recommend this, but I mean, you can do like the low, like everything becomes uninterruptible in Sentai stance. If you do this, you lose your turn basically. You could do this like a high, for +1. But if you do go into Sentai stance, Sentai 4, is like, what I like to do is, if you want to be somewhat safe, you hold back and you do forward 4. You're only at +2. So if that's what you want to do, sometimes you just want to transition to Sentai stance. So then you could be at +4, and then you could do like a down forward 1. You could do, if they do anything slower, you could pressure them with this, which is down 2. You could do like a jab. Yeah, so at +4, you have things to work with. And also, a good thing to mention, because they're at the wall, they are very limited in terms of like their movement. So forward 4 into 1+2 is a frame trap. Like if they press, let me show you, because it leaves them in crouch. Sorry. The wrong thing. Because it leaves them in crouch. Like, say if they do like a down jab, right? Say if they do like a down jab. Was it? Oh, there we go. Punish. My bad, boys. There you go. There you go. So, okay. So if they do like a down jab, this will trade and you get wall splat. And the good thing about this, so if you do Sentai 4, right? You're +4. They do anything. They try to challenge you, try to step. 1+2 is a very good option to get another wall splat. So just some examples of how you can utilize pressure with Reina at the wall. And obviously, I forgot to mention, when you do like the L sweep, you could loop. You can loop this. You can loop it into another L sweep. You do this into a mid. You do Hell sweep into this, into a grab, right? So yeah, you have a lot of options to work with. And for the sake of the length of this video, I'm just gonna leave it at that. I hope that was helpful enough to show you how you can pressure people at the wall when playing Reina. Alright, so talking about Reina's neutral real quick. I'm going to demonstrate what good moves to throw out in neutral and the moves that track to her weak side when people step a lot to the left. But before I do that, I just want to explain that a good game plan with Reina is bullying your opponents, whether it's with pokes, Mishima tools, spacing, movement, trickery, or mix-ups. To be most effective with Reina, you can't be afraid of taking risks. You need to watch and study your opponent to see how they play and how much they respect or disrespect you. Like Reina has decent frame traps to catch mashes, but she can't. But she can be difficult to open up certain opponents because of her, lows being not that great. Her best low, the hell sweep being extremely risky. So as the Reina player, you have to be smart with pressure and bait, as well as with timing to catch opponents stepping, mashing, or disrespecting you. Also, with Reina, you have to be as unpredictable as possible. So utilizing Reina's trickery is key, especially at higher levels of play. And like I said, you like to be most effective with Reina, you do have to, have a risky play style. So if you never do the L sweep or like her lows, like her more chunky lows, people won't really have a reason to duck you. So you have to, have that mindset that you are risking when playing Reina. But where the key is to make sure your decision making is on point. So have good decision making with Reina, whether it's enforcing mixes or throwing out moves, as you can get stepped or punished, as a lot of the times the risk reward is in the opponent's favor when playing Reina. Like for example, her L sweep, it doesn't knock down as other Mishimas. Her 1-1-2, it doesn't knock down as other Mishimas. Her forward 3 is not as of a dangerous mid as other Mishimas, as it doesn't launch on normal hit. It only launches when you're in heat and you heat dash. So, like, her mix-up game is, while being good, is not as devastating as say Kazuya or like Devil Jin or even Heihachi, right? So I'm gonna show you right now like the good some good moves you could throw out in neutral. So starting off, obviously you have your electric. You can never go wrong with the electric. You throw it out in neutral, you can spam it as much as you want. You can loop it as well. You can use it as a whiff punisher. So if your opponent whiffs and you're fast enough, a very good whiff punisher to have. You can also use it as like a keep out tool. So like you could backdash bait, and then use the electric as a keep out when they try to, engage on you, for example. So the electric's definitely one of them. Another very good move to use in neutral with Reina is a CG3. There's very little risk of using this move. I mean, you are -9 on block, right? But there are mind games to this move. Like she has a 1-frame parry, after this. You are left in crouch as well, so you could do high crush moves after this. I could do like a whole video on its own when it comes to CD3, and I could briefly explain like what you could do in terms of her parry after, like in the parry section that I'll have. But CD3 in general is very good because of the tracking, because of the range as well, because of the fact that if you do catch someone on counter hit, it is a full launcher, and it tracks well both ways. So especially if you time it right, you could basically make this move homing, and it's very good to mix as well with your hell sweep. -9, and then if you don't get a counter hit, they're in that position. You could run in, threaten another one. You could run in, threaten another hell sweep, right? And overall CD3 is one of the key moves that you could just throw out in neutral without thinking much, in my opinion. That's always good to have. The other move that's very good in neutral is 3+4. I mentioned before, this is basically like your neutral skip button. On hit, it's +3, so you could frame trap while standing 4. You know, you could do like down 4, like generic low after. But at +3, you know, it's still your turn. And if they do block it, you're -8. And if they do like take their turn afterwards all the time, not expecting the second hit, you can finish it. And then Sentai 4, sorry, becomes like guaranteed on block if they do get up, right? So this move, very good, 3+4, just to throw out in neutral. Use it a bit like a neutral skip. Also a great whiff punisher because of the range. So if the opponent whiffs, very good to whiff punish with this. Another move, forward 3+4, very good to throw out in neutral. It's got crazy recovery. It's a high, so you know they can duck and launch you for it. But because of the recovery, you can get away with you know, people trying to counter this move if they expect it. It's not like it doesn't have any tracking, so it's very linear. So if you do get stepped, chances are you might get launched for it. So it is a little bit risky. But because of the range, because it's -2 on block, and the fact that it does knock down, then you pressure more afterwards. And the fact that on counter hit you get a full launch, it is a very good move to throw out in neutral, in my opinion. And you could use it as a keep out tool as well, actually. So if they, you know, keep running in and try to do something slow, you could do this, catch them, get a counter hit, mix it with CD3 as well. Very, very good. Yeah, so forward 3+4, very good to throw out neutral. As far as the lows are concerned, you got your forward neutral 4, just a circle down 4 move, down back 4, side step 4, very good to throw out neutral. Your down forward 1, obviously. You got down forward 1 mind games, down forward 1-2, you know, down forward 1 into Sentai. Down forward 4, as I previously mentioned, very good move to throw out neutral. Down 4. You got your hell sweep as well. If you're very good with it and unpredictable, you know, it can annoy your opponents. Like I said, you have to really bully your opponents with Reina to get them as frustrated as possible to be most effective with her, because then they'll start ducking, which you can, you know, start using your mids. If they don't duck, you can annoy them with the L sweep, with a chunky low like down back 2. You could use safe lows, safe pokes like forward neutral 4, down back 4, side step 4, for example. And if you don't want to commit to any lows and you just want to annoy your opponents that just love to hold back, you could also do your Sentai mixes. So he moves to throw out neutral in Sentai, in my opinion. Sentai 3. You got Sentai 2. You got your Sentai untechable grabs. And the good thing about this is you Oki. If they just get up minus, you could loop this. You could do a mix. You could do like a safe-ish low. Or if you want, you could do like a hell sweep, you know, be as unpredictable as possible. But that's very good. And then obviously you have your forward 2. On here, you get guaranteed follow-ups. There's mind games to it. If they mash anything slower, you can do the power crush. You could do forward 2 into nothing. You could just do a single forward 2. And the good thing about this, you could also loop, you know, forward 2 often. So you could do forward 2 into 2 at +8. And then another forward 2 is uninterruptible, unsteppable. They can't power crush, they can't rage out after. So you could really loop this, remaining somewhat safe. So forward 2, definitely very good move to throw out in neutral. If they like to step a lot, you have your back 2 for your homing move. Another homing move, Sentai 3, as I previously mentioned. Neutral 3 as well. Very good homing move. You don't have to commit to the extensions. People will look for the extensions at higher levels of play. You just do the single hit. Leaves you a +5 on hit. Only -11, you know, on block. But if they try to punish you, even if they try to punish you, you could finish the string. And if you have if you condition your opponents for them to punish you, you could do the mid option. And this is a counter hit launcher. So there's good mind games behind it, and it's fairly fairly quick at 18 frames. So you can mix this with this, right? Another good move to throw out in neutral, but somewhat risky because of how linear it is. While running 3, so it's while running mid +6 on block. Very, very good. Yeah, so those are just some like two. Oh yeah, and up forward 3-1. I really like using this move. It's a high mid. It's safe. Decent range. Doesn't have good tracking, but you could throw it out. You could play mind games with it. Just do the first hit. If they like to duck as well, because maybe, like for example, if you do this a lot, they'll start ducking, and then you can mix it with this. And if you catch him ducking, as I showed you before, gives you +13. So definitely a very good move to throw out. I mean, it's safe on block as well. High mid, why not? Down forward 4, as I mentioned, but also forward 2, 3, and the mind games behind it. Very, very good to throw out. Very, very good move to throw out. And then when you're in heat, you have access to even more good moves. So down to 1+2. Your neutral skip 3+4 has a extension. So normally if you do the second hit, you're -14, but in heat the whole thing is safe. And then if you hit them, you get 54 damage. If they block, yeah, you're -8, but you do like a lot of chip damage. And then from standing 3, she has, standing 3, she has this. This is also very good to catch people stepping mindlessly against Reina. 51 damage. And even if they block this, does a bit of, what's it called? Does a bit of chip damage at -8, which is really good. But the thing with this move, it's riskier to do when compared to 3+4, because if they do duck the first hit, if they're fast enough, they can launch you or interrupt. So just be mindful of that. And yeah, so those are like just some moves you could just throw out in neutral. So you have your electric, the CD3, forward 2, down back 4, side step 4, forward 3+4, up forward 3-1. You know, like stuff like, oh yeah, and also forward 3, very good. Forward neutral 3, very good. If you wanna throw something out in neutral while being evasive, you could do unsoku 4. So you could do like back 3, forward 3, up 3 or down 3. Very long range mid. E-engager as well. So yeah, those are just some examples of like good moves you could use in neutral with Reina. And in terms of like moves that track to Reina's weak side, she doesn't have a lot and it's very situational, but for the most part, outside of the homing moves, she has forward neutral 3 will track to Reina's weak side. Down back 4 will track to Reina's weak side. Maybe I could demonstrate this. If they just sidewalk left, right. So it's very frame dependent as well. So for example, at -1 and +1, this won't track, but Okay, so like at +6, that tracks. And +5 as well. So some moves are frame dependent. So I wish I could show you everything, like in terms of what frames exactly and each move. But I'm just gonna demonstrate just some of the things. So down back four does track, but only at like heavier plus frames. You also have standing 3. This seems to track more on minus frames for some reason. Like when you play instant timing as well, like some moves will have better tracking if you slightly delay them, or like for example, if I do like 1-1 and then down back 4 slightly delayed, that will track, right? But this move tracks. This move, standing 3. Standing 4, sorry, her magic 4 tracks. But then if you're like +1, it doesn't track. If you do like instant timing. So if you delay it a little bit, it does track. But something to keep in mind of, that this move does track to her weak side. Also, a big move that tracks to her weak side is down forward 2. Oh, for some reason it's not working. If they sidestep left. So I catch people a lot with this. Yeah, there you go. So her down forward 2 tracks, as you can see. So it's very good, to throw out against people that like to step, because you get a full launcher. So, for example, if I'm +5 after a heat engager and someone anticipates that I'll do like a linear move that doesn't track to Reina's weak side, do down forward 2 and it will clip them. So down forward 2, one of the moves that tracks. Forward neutral 3 as well, as you can see. So those are just some moves that track with Reina that you could use to counter people stepping you without committing to like a homing move. So yeah, hope you enjoy that. And let's get into the other section. Real quick, I forgot to mention 2 moves that track to Reina's weak side. So you have 2-1. This has very good tracking to Reina's weak side. It is -14, so it's risky to throw out. And then of course you have your CD3. So CD3 in most situations is basically homing, so you could use that to shut down people stepping Reina to her weak side. Alright, so in this section, I'm going to show you all the frame trap options you have with Reina. So any move that leaves Reina on plus, I'm going to show you how you can frame trap your opponent so you can familiarize yourself with every situation. Now, to start off, I'm going to be talking about a forward 4 move, which is +2 on block. Now, this one, you have very limited options, but it's good to know. So, for example, if your opponent's going to mash, you have a few options in order to frame trap them. The other Reina here, I have set to do while standing 4-4, which is an 11 frame while standing move, or like a down jab. Let's see if she does the down jab. There you go. So these are like the most common sort of scenarios. If the opponent is like mashing back, they'll usually, because they're in the crouch state, they'll usually either do this or do like their fastest while standing move. If that happens, your go-to frame trap for this is 1+2. So it'll beat like the while standing move and it'll trade with the down jab. I can show you. There you go. So that's your frame trap move. It's very good to use at the wall as well. And then as well, you have your jabs. So after forward 4, your jabs will come out at 8 frames. But as you can see there, it will lose to the down jab because it high crushes. But if they do like a while standing move, you'll win that interaction. And then your other frame trap in this situation is generic low. So down 4. Comes out at 10 frames. It will trade with the down jab, but you know, it's neutral on trade. So not too bad. And if they try to step after this move, they won't be able to step you. So your main sort of frame trap options after forward 4 are 1+2, down 4, and like jab strings. So that should cover this move. Oh, and before I get into the next move, like you could still use down jab as well. Like down jab is pretty good. It'll be out everything because your one's 10 frames. So it comes out at 8. But yeah, that should cover forward 4, sorry. And the next sort of situation you'll get yourself into with Reina most commonly is +4. So I can demonstrate. So if they do let's focus on the jab for now. So for instance, I've Reina hit the standing block. So after like this, right, you're +4. After her while running move, if you don't go into stance, you're +4. And also like this on here is +4 as well. So like in +4 situations, you obviously have more options available to you. So all the options I mentioned with forward 4, you know, still apply in this scenario. But I think that's cool. You have some more options available to you, which are up forward 1. Up forward 1 comes at 13 frames, so it's uninterruptible. Only interruptible by like you know, like a down jab because it's a high, or like a power crush or rage up. But after this, if they do anything like a jab or anything like that, you could frame trap with this move. Now, in this move obviously gives you +17. So any move in Heaven's Wrath that's 17 and below is guaranteed. The next move you can use in +4 situations to frame trap your opponent is while standing 3. Sorry, while standing 4. And yeah, the cool thing about this, it gives you a guaranteed follow-up. So it does a chunky amount of damage, and it wall splats as well, which is nice. The other frame trap option you have is forward 2. If you do the fastest input, it comes out at 13 frames. Right? So you have a 13 frame mid there. Other option, 2-2-1. This is very good to do. Like say when you have them at the wall and they like to mash, whether it's a mid or whether it's any like jab string. So like the fastest attack in Tekken is 10 frames. But because this is a 12 frame move, it comes out at 8 after a +4 situation. So sometimes what I like to do when, you know, people don't respect your frames, you could frame trap them with this, and then you get a free wall splat. So that's good to know. And then also her 2-1 becomes a frame trap. It will trade after +4. You have to do it fast enough. Yeah, my execution is not here today, so sorry about that. But if you do it fast enough, it will trade because it's 14 frames. And then if you have like a 13 frame electric, you could frame trap with an electric as well. Not bad. Yeah, I suck today, so there we go. That was a 14 frame electric, so it traded. But you know, it's good to know because if you get a 14 frame electric, you still get a launch. And what else? So, oh yeah, down forward 1 as well. How could I forget? So your down forward 1 is a frame trap up to -4. So those are like your main frame trap options with Reina after like a -4 situation for your enemy and a +4 situation for you. So oh yeah, and forward 2-3 as well. You can frame trap with that after +4. Oh, and before I move on to the other frame trap move she has, I just want to demonstrate something real quick. So after like +4, say if they do like a power crush or like a rager. Let me show you. So I have it set to rager as well. But if you do any jab string, so if you do like a 10 frame, after +4, it will be out both the power crush and the rager. So as you can see, the other Reina tried to rager, but couldn't. Tried to power crush, but it didn't work. So +4 is very key for that. So just remember, every time you're like +4, if you do any jabs or any 10 frame move, it will be out those options. So becomes basically uninterruptible. So they can't rager or power crush. So make sure to keep that in mind. All right, so the next situation you'll find yourself often with Reina is after like a heat dash, so +5. So after +5, you have a little bit more options available to you. So I have Reina here set to do like a, just a jab. I can show you. So everything I just said applies in this scenario. So I'm just going to include like the extra ones. So if they jab or like down jab, you could do this. So down 2. Down 2 is a 15 frame mid and gives you guaranteed follow-up. Right. So you get that. You also get this on trade. And then, so down forward 4, which is another 15 frame mid. And then when I mentioned 2-1 after +4, because this move comes out at 14 frames, they do like any other attack, it will come out at 9 frames. So you'll beat them with anything, except like power crush and rage arts, of course. But your input needs to be fast enough. And this move is a little bit tricky to input. So let me just try it for you. What that looks like. There you go. So if you do that, you don't even have to do like the blue spot. Comes out at 14 frames. It's a mid, so if they do any of these, like down jab or just normal jab, it will beat them. And what you get from this is, I was just a little bit slow there. There you go. So you get that, but you have to time it correctly. But you get the point, right? There you go. It would have done more damage with the blue spark, but you get the point. That's 49 damage. It's not too bad for a 14 frame. That also tracks, the Reina's weak side. And then also you have down foot 2, which comes out at 15 frames. On trade, you get a launch. So it doesn't matter if they down jab or normal jab, you'll get that. And then you get an electric, right? So with +5, you get a lot more leeway to do like a 13 frame, 14 frame electric. It's always going to win. Even a 15 frame electric, which is like a little bit on the slower side, it will still trade and you can still get a launch. So that's basically what you do after +5. And one thing to know, this is very important. Say if you do like a heat dash and it's almost like the end of the round, so the opponent has rage, and if they choose to do either like a power crush or a rage out, 1+2. So a 1+2, which is your 12 frame mid, after +5, it will act the same way as like the jabs did, after +4 that I showed you earlier. So obviously you could still do your jab strings, But say if they duck, you have a 12 frame mid. I got beat by Power Crush though. Maybe I was too slow. Okay, so my bad. This beats Rage Arts, but Power Crushes, you know, they still eat through it. So if they Rage Art, you'll beat it. If they Power Crush, you know, it's gonna trade or they're gonna take the hit. But still, 1+2, very good to use because let me show you. If they do anything, so sidewalk left, for example. One plus two tracks. Sidewalk right. 1+2 tracks. So the only thing you'll lose to is a Power Crush. So that's always good to keep in mind. So if you do like a heat dash, 1+2, a -10, 12 frame mid that you have at your disposal when playing Reina. So always very good to use. And all the other moves that I just showed you, also good to use. So that's the sort of the frame trap mind game with Reina after +5. Before I get into the next frame trap option with Reina, I just wanted to highlight real quick. So any move I told you about when it comes to you know, the +5 situation also applies with the electric. So because the electric has pushback, it's harder, you know, to frame trap people in the neutral like this. But if you have them in the wall, basically every single you know, thing applies from her heat dash frame trap. So yeah, I just wanted to mention that before moving to the next one. So if you do like an electric at the wall, same thing applies, you know, with 1+2 and everything I mentioned. So yeah, it's good to keep that in mind. Now, if I can move to a +6 situation. Let's just focus on like a jab right now. Okay, so +6, you'll get after her wall running move. And a lot of the things are very similar to when she's +5. But now you have access to your homing, like mid. So back 2 is going to trade because it's going to come out at 10 frames. If they down jab or regular jab, it's going to trade. Also, down back 4 is going to trade, which leaves you at +9, which is crazy. So, you know, if they do retaliate, you have a low now that you can use. I mean, you always had a low in this. But, you know, if they ducked it, it was launch punishable, whereas this is only -13 with an extension. You also have, let me think, so I don't leave anything out. I think that's about it for 16 frames. I mean, this is 16 frames, but it comes out of like a misstep, so yeah, so it's a little bit slower than 16. But yeah, those are like your main options, I'd say, after +6. The only like real difference, which is actually a cool thing, let me just show you real quick. So because you're +6 now, that means you could beat the rage out. So with 1+2, I mean, you could beat the Power Crush now. So she just tried to rage out. There you go. So after +6, 1+2 will be out everything. So they won't be able to step. They won't be able to Power Crush. They won't be able to rage out. They won't be able to do anything. So that's very good to do, especially at the wall, where you get a wall splat. So like the situation where I mentioned previously, say if you do the 1-1-2, right, into wall running, if they do anything, you get a wall splat. You'll be every single option. So that's basically like the frame trap options you have after +6. Very similar to, you know, +5. Just that now you have access to you know, back 2 to 16 frames, down back 4, And yeah, I think that's pretty much it. Hopefully I'm not missing anything, but I'm just gonna leave it at that. So we can move on to +7 now. So after +7, she doesn't really have like a +7 move on block, but for example, if you hit someone with down forward 1-1, that's +7. If you're already in heat and you hit someone with Sentai 3, that's also +7. So +7, you could do forward 2 or be out jabs. +7 also, same rules apply as last time, you know. 1+2 will be out every like option, like the rage out, the power crush. I believe down forward 1. Let's check. Yeah, down forward 1 beats power crush. Down forward 1 beats rage out as well. Yeah. So after +7, you can start using your 13 frame moves. So you have a 13 frame mid, you have up forward 1. Up forward 1 will be everything. So that's something that's really good to know. Sorry. So +7, you won't be using down forward 1-1 too much with Reina, but say if you do like Sentai 3, you know, you could do a 13 frame mid, which will be out everything. I think that it might even track. Let me check. If they like do sidewalk left. Okay, so it's gonna track. Oh, never mind. Well, they can still step it. It's very timing dependent. If I do like an instant one. Let's do side step left. Just to make sure. Okay, so it does track. So you could definitely use your 13 frame moves after +7. So and then obviously, you know, the moves that traded at +6, all of them are going to be uninterruptible. So if they like to step, you could do this. It's going to be uninterruptible. But then again, you know, if they do like a power crush or a rage out, then that's going to beat you. But as for the +7 situation, I think I'm going to leave it there. And I'm going to talk about her +8 situation, because I think this is the most like crucial. I'll do all of these actually, just to make my point. So after +8, Reina has several moves that put her +8, but most of them will leave you in like the Heaven's Wrath stance, for example. So like down forward 4-2, down forward 4-2 into down will give you +8. You know, while running 4 into down will give you +8. The Heaven's Wrath 3-4 into down will give you +8. Those are like Heaven's Wrath frame traps, which I'll get into later on. But one of the most common situations you'll get with Reina, and I think this is very important to know, is after forward 2. So after forward 2, I mean Sentai 2, sorry. So forward 2, Sentai 2. You could go into stance, but I'm gonna demonstrate to you if you don't go into stance what you could do in neutral. So for example, I have Reina here with the power crush, rager, jab, like everything, you know, all the fastest options I could think of. So everything's enabled. So what you could do after +8 this time is this. So forward 2 into another forward 2. And this is basically uninterruptible. Need to get the input right. There's nothing they could do about this. Obviously, you know, if they block your forward 2 and they think you're gonna do the mid again, they can't step. But you know, you can mix it up with the high. You could just do the forward 2 by its own. But the cool thing about this is you could really loop offense. So always be aware of that. They can't step. They can't. I think Lily, Alyssa, maybe like the only characters that can, you know, get out of this situation. But other than that, 99% of the characters, they won't be able to do anything. And forward forward 2 is a frame trap, so it's always guaranteed. If they block it, you know, they block it, but if they move, if they try to power crush, rage up, they're always gonna clip on this. And yeah, so that's like the main thing for +8, I would say, is definitely do forward forward 2. If you want a frame trap with something else, I mean, you can do like an electric. It beats, if you do like a really fast one, it's gonna be power crush. But you can mess up the input, as you can see. But yeah, largely same rules apply. With all your other frame trap moves. It's just now in +8, you're in a situation where they can't step or like interrupt you in any way. So that's for that. And then after Hell Sweep, I could show you. So if you do like a Hell Sweep to Heaven's Wrath, and if they do anything, so like Power Crush, like not counting like down jabs, because it will high crush. If they do anything like a mid, jab, Power Crush, or Rage Up, you could frame trap them with this. There you go. So this is Heaven's Wrath 2. I mean Heaven's Wrath 1, sorry. And there is an extension to this as well. So Heaven's Wrath 4, 1-4. And then if you do get the counter hit, I'll touch up on this like in the guaranteed follow-up section. But, you know, you could do something like this for a lot of damage. So that's your main frame trap, because it comes out at 12 frames. And since you're +6, the situation is very similar to what I showed you with while running 3 until 1+2. So that's basically what it is. Same exact frames. It's just that this is a high, so you risk getting ducked. And then, so after the Hell Sweep, you're +6, and you have 2 options that can frame trap people. One of them is Heaven's Wrath 2. Just take these on. So one of them is Heaven's Wrath 2. This is a 15 frame hit. So that's going to come out at 9 frames, beating out every other move, except for the Power Crush and the Rage Up, of course. Keep in mind, this can be stepped to the right. So after Heaven's Wrath 2, I mean Heaven's Wrath, yeah, Heaven's Wrath 2. If you do that, you can get stepped to the right. But if you want a frame trap, that's a good option. Also, if they either step to the right or they retaliate, you have a little bit of a riskier option in her Power Crush and Heaven's Wrath. So I never see Reina players use this move, but like based on my research, her Power Crush and Heaven's Wrath has great tracking to the right. So if they do anything, so if they duck, if they try to retaliate, or if they try to do like the main counterplay to Heaven's Wrath in this situation, which is sidestep right duck, most often than not, you're gonna clip them with this, unless you're like playing against you know, a character like Dragunov, Lily, or like Alisa, where they have like above average movement. They might be able to step it, but generally this is a very good tool that will track them. And the only problem with this is that it's -13 on block, so yeah, so there is a bit of a risk behind it. But those are like your main sort of frame traps in after the Hell Sweep. I mean, you can go for like the grab, but it's gonna whiff, as you can see. It's 16 frames. So if they jab you, I mean, it's technically trades, but because it's a grab, you know, the jab will beat it. So at the wall, you know, Heaven's Wrath 2, great option. 1+2 as well, which is her Power Crush, a great option. If you do the 3+4 option, because it comes out at 18, it will get beaten out by jabs, so that's not a frame trap. And then the other thing that you have, obviously, 1-4. And yeah, so those are like your main frame traps after your hell sweep. And then with Reina, you have moves that put you at +8 Heaven's Wrath, right? So once you're in +8, now this begins to trade. So 3+4, which is very good. The trade is definitely in your favor because you get a guaranteed follow-up. Also, this move, Heaven's Wrath, 4-4-4. The 4-string, basically, that's what I call it. Comes out at 17 frames. So at +8, you can frame trap with this. Whole string is guaranteed, so very nice. Also, this is 16 frames. I should have mentioned this as well, but like after the hell sweep, you could frame trap with this as well because it comes out at 10 frames. And obviously, once they mash on you after +8, you can frame trap with this as well. It's got a count. This move has a counter hit property, so if you get the first one counter hit, the second hit is guaranteed. So that's one more move you could do in terms of like frame traps from Heaven's Wrath at +8. And this all applies, after. Oh, sorry. So like this puts you at +8. All those frame trap options I just told you about, they all apply to this move as well. To this move as well. Right. So this move you can loop is very good, and then you do that, it trades. So yeah, those are just some frame trap options with Reina. I could go on and on, but for the sake of the video not being 3 hours long, I think that should cover like the basics. Gonna keep things simple for now, since this is like a guide made to teach you Reina. I might make a video on this soon, but yeah, so those are like your main frame trap options with Reina in different situations, ranging from like +2 all the way to +8, as I just showed you. So yeah, so we're gonna move on to the next section. Okay, so it's me again. I forgot to include something, as I always do by now. So I have to show you this because this is very important. So frame trap from Unsoku stance. So for example, if they are -10 and you do your 10 frame punish and you press up or down, you go into Unsoku at +7. The main sort of frame traps you have from this is Unsoku 2. This will be everything. So like a jab, for instance, giving you a guaranteed follow-up. This will also be, if I'm not mistaken, Power Crush and a Rage Up. There you go. Beats the Rage Up. Beats the Power Crush. So that's very good to know, because a lot of the times you're going to use your 10 frame punish. So when you do go into Unsoku at +7, it's always good to know that you have those frame traps available to you. And also she has a mid as well, that frame traps. So Unsoku 3 is 16 frames. So after +7, it comes out at 9. So if they down jab, if they jab, if they do anything aside from Power Crush and Rage Up, this is what you'll get: a counter hit launcher. Right, so that's what you get. So make sure to use that. She can go into Unsoku from her heat move. Demonstrate. Sorry about that. So it's gonna be out the jab. But let's see. So it's gonna be out the jab. It's gonna be out like any move they do, except for Power Crush and Rage Up. This used to be out Power Crush and Rage Up prior to her recent nerfs, but now this will win, and the Rage Up will win as well. And also they could down jab you because it's a high. So yeah, so the only way you could really frame trap people from Unosoku with Reina is from her 1-2-2. So you have that. And now let me show you something. Gonna enable all these options. And then from her other 10 frame, 1-1-1-2, your main frame traps are Sentai 3, Sentai 2, Sentai 1+2. Let me just check Sentai 1+2 again. Because you are my plus 11. Right. So yeah, Sentai 1+2. The grab as well. Yeah, they can't power crush. Let me just double check the rage up. Yeah. So if you do 1-1-2, Sentai 2, Sentai 3. I'm not sure why she ducked that. That was kind of weird, but that should frame trap. 1+2 should frame trap, and your grab will frame trap. So those are your frame traps for those stances. And yeah, I'm not gonna go on any further. I think don't want to overcomplicate anything, but that should give you like a rough idea on all the frame trap options in neutral from her neutral tools, and all the frame trap options you have in all her stances from certain moves. So yeah, we can now move on to the next section, which is the parry game. Okay, so I'm gonna talk about Reina's parries now. Reina has two main parries, that being her main punch parry, that parries any high or mid punches. This is from her misstep, from her Unsoku transition, from up 3 and down 3. So that's her punch parry. She also has a manual parry, which is any grab button and you press back. As well as she has a automatic parry when you're in heat and you're in Heaven's Wrath. You could do it manually, or you could do it after like certain move transitions, where you get put into Heaven's Wrath. If they do anything, so like a punch, a kick, anything that's a mid or a high, that's not a hop kick or a low, Reina will parry it. And obviously she can't parry throws as well in the parries. So yeah, so that's like the general summary of that. But the first parry I'm gonna be talking about is a punch parry. So demonstrate. So if you do, you could either tap forward or do up 3 or down 3. I'll show you. So I tapped forward, up 3, down 3. And once I get this parry, I'm plus 12. So I get 10 frame, guaranteed. This 10 frame, guaranteed. Also 12 frames, guaranteed as well. It's harder to do. You have to be more precise. The stance cancel. But there you go. You get that guaranteed, and you also get 1+2. So there you go. So you also get 1+2. Now, in order for you to, get the 10 frame and the 12 frame, the way you stance cancel, let me show you. So you see how Reina like laughs and she does that little stomp. Once she does that, the way I do it is I immediately do up, up. So you press up, up. And it looks something like this. And then once you press up, up, if you do it wrong, that's what you'll get. If you do it right, you immediately input your, desired punish, right? So just to demonstrate, after you parry the punch, you want to do up, up, up real quick. Once you hear her laugh and she does like the little stomp with her leg. If you do it fast enough, and then you input your desired input. So whether it's 10 frames are easier to go for. So you could do 1 2 2 and 1 1 2. 1 2 2 does 2 extra damage. So if you're just looking for like an easier damage potential, 1 2 2 is definitely preferred. But if you're at the wall, right, then going for something like a 12 frame, whether it's the 1+2 or the 2-2-1, 2-2-1 doing more damage. So you got 30 damage versus 25, right? So those will give you a wall splat. So let me demonstrate. It does take some practice. Even like the higher level Reina players don't usually go for this because you have to do the stance cancel perfectly. Even I'm dropping it, as you can see. There you go. So that's guaranteed. Any punch, so it could be a jab. Let me show you. It can be a jab. It could be down for any punch. You'll get +12. Oh wait, let me do jab, jab into hold back, right? So if you want to practice this, do what I'm doing right now. Go into practice mode, set the defense options, and then just do what I just did. And then once you hit play, let me try parry. There you go. So I did a perfect stance cancel over there. And obviously, you can also get 1+2. I was a bit off angle there. I did it wrong, that's why I got that input. I did it wrong again. And missing up. There you go. I mean, I'm slightly off angle, but I would go for 2-2-1 anyway. It does more damage and it's hit confirmable, as you can see. So yeah, so Reina can parry punches and you get +12. If you do the correct stance cancel at the wall, if the enemy has the wall to the back, you'll get a guaranteed wall splat. You do it perfectly after a punch parry. So that's basically her punch parry in a nutshell. I'm not sure what else to mention regarding her punch parry, other the fact that you are +12. It's any punch, whether it's a jab, down forward one, and if you want to do the stance cancel, like I said, listen to the audio cue when she laughs, and then you input. I did it wrong. Did it wrong again. This is much more difficult than it looks as well. There you go. That was a perfect. But you can keep it easy and just go for the one jabs. Right, so if you want to practice this, like if you're a new Reina player, I would definitely start out with the one jabs. And then once you get the timing right in terms of the stance cancel, then you could do like 1+2 or 2-2-1. since you are plus 12, so you want to make you know, the most use out of it, especially at the wall, because once you get a wall splat from 2-1 with Reina, you get a lot of damage. So that's like the basic gist of her punch parry. And now I'm gonna move on to her manual parry. Regarding Reina's manual parry, it's a bit different to her punch parry. In a way that you can parry everything, even weapons with this. And you don't always get any, like something guaranteed, like you do with the punch parry. So the punch parry, you're always plus 12. With the manual parry, depending on what move you parry, they could be launch punishable. They could be, you know, you could be plus 15, you could be plus 12. It all depends. Sometimes you get nothing. So if I can just show you real quick. So for example, if I parry this, I get nothing. That move is safe, right? But if they do like something like that, see, now my 12th frame from Heaven's Wrath is a punish. So the main things to look out for when it comes to Reina's manual parry is you can either, so her fastest move, so her parry puts her in Heaven's Wrath, right? So fastest move is 12 frames. Second fastest move is your Heaven's Wrath 2, so 15 frames. And then so at 15 frames, if you're in heat, you could launch, or it's like a, you know, standard heat engager, for example. And then there's some moves as well. You could do a wing god fist, and I'll demonstrate this later on. But that's like the main thing to keep in mind. But the cool thing about her parry is it does put you in Heaven's Wrath. So the frame data doesn't show anything here, but you are plus. Regardless of like, so here I'm like plus, say 12, right? Because the 15 doesn't work, but the 12 works. Say I'm plus 12. But for other moves, you might not be plus 12, but it might be like plus 8, for example, plus 10, plus 6. Either way, from what I know, you're always plus when you do a parry. So you can always threaten an option. So if you do this and it doesn't hit, you could go for the untechable grab. You can get ducked for this though, but you know, it's better than nothing. So if you parry something, you can go for this, the guaranteed damage if they don't duck. You can also go for any other move since you are like virtually plus, right? So that's basically like the principle behind her manual parry. So some moves are either punishable or some moves are safe. But if you, because this parry is not like other parries where they're very generous. It takes skill to do. So you have to be on point with the timing, because if you mess up the timing, you can't get launched for this. Opponents can grab you out of this. And if they do grab you while you're in the parry animation, the grab they do is unbreakable. So you have to be careful with how you use this. But let me just demonstrate something to you right now. So here I have Reina doing down forward 1-2. Oh yeah, I am holding back. Okay. There you go. So down forward 1-2. You could do a wing god fist. And the way you do this, so once you do the parry and you're in Heaven's Wrath, all you simply do is just a quick down forward input, like that. And 2. You can't get an electric from this situation, but you can get a wind god fist, right? So that's what it looks like. So you get that as well. Let me try delay it a little bit. There you go. So I did it too slow there. So you have to mash it. You have to mash down forward. Well, sort of mash it. You have to be quick. There you go. So that becomes a launcher. But say if you are struggling with the execution when it comes to this, you can always do this. So you get that guaranteed after blocking this move. So this is like a perfect example of what I meant. Every move is different in terms of like the frame data once you parry it. Some moves are punishable, some moves are safe. This one is launch. This even works at 18. As you could see, punish. What else does Reina have that's slower? I mean, this is 28, but yeah. So this move is at least 18 frames, right? So you could do something like this. You could do something like this. If you want to have plus frames, you could even do something like this. Plus 16, and you could keep up the pressure. But that's like the basic thing, you know, about her manual parry. So it's very good against strings. It's very good against moves, you know, that are punishable after you parry them, because it makes people hesitant, you know, to press against you, especially if you're very good with timing and very good at placing the parry. Now, before I get into the heat parry, let me just show you. So the manual parry, say if I parry the first hit, let me just make this a little bit easier for myself. Say if I parry the first down forward one, right? You see, like she can only parry one move. Sometimes you could do this if you block like a string, right? So that's an option. It doesn't work against like every string. It's very situational. I might make a video soon about all the moves Reina can launch, you know, with her parry, and all the like the punishable ones, but it does take some like labbing and you know, going into practice mode and studying this yourself, because there's so many moves in Tekken 8. But so as I showed you, if you do the manual parry, you only parry the first hit. Then the second hit, if you don't do anything, it's gonna hit you. But if there's like a gap in the string, you can power crush. And the cool thing about the heat with the auto parry, if you go into the manual parry, she goes into Heaven's Wrath, so that's like an automatic heat parry that you have enabled. So let me show you. If I don't do anything, I mean, that shouldn't normally hit, right? That shouldn't normally, but maybe because it's like a Reina headbutt. Let me show you with another move real quick. So something like forward 4-2, right? Let's just put that. Okay. I have it set correctly. Let me just go and heat. Oh, wait. There we go. Okay, so she doesn't finish that. Bear with me 1 second, guys. I think I showed you in one of the previous sections from this one, right? Oops. Yeah, so this is a bad example. So if you're in heat and you do the manual parry, you can parry strings just like that. And this parries everything. So I'm gonna try to parry the punch. Plus punch. You get the idea. I'm not going to dwell on it for too long. But you can parry strings when you're in heat. Obviously, not every string, as you just saw, like 1-2 will pierce through it. But that's like one of the good things about the parry in heat. And also, let me demonstrate. So now I'm gonna set Reina to punish. Jab. Let's do a down forward 2. I mean down forward 1 as well. So certain moves with Reina, they leave you like in Heaven's Wrath. So forward 2 into Sentai 2. Let's go into these real quick. Put them on standing block. My bad. There you go. If they press, you get auto parry. Something like this. Auto parry. Say if they mash on you after Hell Sweep, right? A lot of people like to challenge it, disrespect Reina. Auto parry. What other move? You have your wall running 4. I mean, you're very plus after it, but still. Right. So you have that. Oh, and Sentai 1+2 as well. It's very good. Like a parry sub. So that seems like, you know, it's very, very good because it is. But the problem with this, if they grab you, show you. That's like the hard counter for that. So say I do Sentai 1+2, right? And they grab me, I can't do anything. So that's like a hard counter. You can get out of it with the stance cancel. If I do the stance cancel, I have frames, you know, to break the grab. In this case as well, Reina has like a cool little technique where she can do like the low. It goes over highs. Right? So you have that. But basically, any move you do that puts you into Heaven's Wrath, if the opponent is not mashing, they can either grab you or hop kick you or do lows. So you can only parry mids and highs, right? And this includes weapons, this includes swords, you know, Victor's gun, for example. This includes everything. So Reina has a very, very good parry in heat. And you can also, you know, parry weapons with the manual parry as well. So good to know that. So Sentai 2, if I stance cancel, I can break the grab. You know, you could bait it as well. So there's mind games to it. It's not guaranteed, so I wouldn't recommend you always do it. But if you play against someone that likes to mash a lot, after like forward 2, you know, they like to mash a lot. If you're in heat, sometimes they can forget and they just, you know, keep mashing or do like a power crush, and you know, the parry will catch him. Oh, and also launch punishable moves as well. So like a downward 1, right? Or in this case, let me show you, like a downward 2 will be a better example. Downward 2, there we go. Say if I'm in heat and I do like a launch punishable move, you can still parry. And if I get like my hell sweep that whiffs, like I catch people with this so many times, like my hell sweep whiffs and they try to punish, the parry will activate. So yeah, it's good to be aware, you know, if you are in heat, look at how your opponent reacts, look at their patterns. If they do mash a lot, the auto parry is definitely good. So yeah, so That's basically it. So you have auto parry and heat with Reina and Heaven's Wrath. Your manual parry, which gives you, depending on the move, gives you different things. It can be either punishable or safe, right? This is your fastest move. Like the biggest, chunkiest punish you could get, as I showed you before, is the Wing God Fist. But even if the move is safe, you know, you can risk it by going for a grab, or you could just do a move, take your plus frames, and yeah, I mean that should cover everything in terms of the parry. Hopefully, I managed to explain everything well. If you are picking up Reina for the first time, I definitely suggest you practice. You know, hit confirming, different things. Practice the punch parry, stance cancel. Practice the timing of this. Be familiar like with all the, you know, stance transitions and which move puts you into Heaven's Wrath, so you can utilize, you know, your heat parry. Because as you can see, just demonstrate one last time, the punch parry does a lot of damage. So that's 40 damage, which is you know, quite considerable. So yeah, that should cover everything in terms of the parries, and I'm gonna move on to the next section now. All right, so now I'm gonna cover counter hits and guaranteed follow-ups. So I'm gonna show you like every Reina counter hit move and what you get out of it, and also moves that give you guaranteed follow-ups with Reina. So let's begin with the counter hits. To start, I'm gonna go over her upward one. Oops, let me just back up the normal again. So up forward one, you get plus 17. Puts you in Heaven's Wrath automatically. At plus 17, Heaven's Wrath 2 is guaranteed. If you get this on counter hit, comes a full combo. Up forward one also gives you 1+2. Up forward one also gives you the grab, because it comes out at 16 frames. And you get Heaven's Wrath 1 string, right? So you could do this, or you could do this. So those are all the guaranteed follow-ups you get from up forward one. And now moving over to down 2, which is this move. On counter hit, it gives you several guaranteed follow-ups. So you get this, the stomp. You also get CD3, which is very good for Oki. So if I hit them with a CD3 right there, I can maintain pressure, you know, into another CD3 or Hell Sweep or whatever it is like you want to do while running move, right? So another thing I like to do, which is sort of my tech, I never see any Reina players do this, gives you a little bit extra damage and still gives you good OP, is so down 2 on counter hit into forward 1+2, 3. So something like this. So that's 40 damage compared to 38 damage, right? So 2 extra damage. Just something to vary it up a little bit. So that's what you get in a situation like that. And you see like the animation of this counter hit. There's a lot of other moves that I'll demonstrate that basically give you like the same follow-up, right? So that's it for down 2 in terms of counter hits. Another counter hit she has is down back 4. So down back 4 into 1+2. This is guaranteed on counter hit. It's very hit confirmable as well. And at the wall, this is guaranteed for a wall splat. So very, very good move. 16 frames as well, so it's easier. So it's not that difficult, you know, to fish for a counter hit with this. So that's what you get. Also, forward 2, 3. If the second hit counter hits and you go into Sentai stance, you're plus 13. So you get Sentai 2 and Sentai 3, all guaranteed. If you're in heat as well, you can get this for 47 damage. Pretty decent. So she also has down back 2. On counter hit, you're plus 3. So like down forward 1 comes out at 10 frames afterwards. You can frame trap them, you know, 1 plus 2, generic low. Plus 3 is not a lot, but you are plus, so that's what you get on counter hit from that move. On normal hit, it's minus 3, and then counter hit, you know, it's for a completely different animation. So that's what you get on counter hit for that. Also, her back 1-1-3 string, which is mainly used as like a wall combo. But if the second hit counter hits, the rest of the string is guaranteed. So this is back 1-1-3, and then you hold forward into Sentai stance. And I think you're plus 13. Yeah, you're plus 13. So say if the second hit counter hits, you can also get Sentai 2. So that's good to know. Other counter hit move she has is CD3. Gives you a full launcher. Right? So that's what you get from that. Also, down forward 4-2-3 string. If the second hit counter hits, the rest is guaranteed. And if the last hit counter hits, it becomes a launcher. Same thing applies with back 4. On counter hit, you get that, so it becomes a launcher. And then on normal hit, just like down 2, you can run and do the storm. You can do CD3. Or you could use this. Right. So that's an example for that one. Also, she has a bunch of moves which end in this kick. So for example, 3+4-4. If the second hit counter hits, it's a launcher. She also has the same thing from down forward 3+4-4. If the second hit counter hits, it becomes a launcher. And this one as well, if the first hit counter hits, you get this little animation. It also ground breaks for a full combo, which is nice. Another counter hit she has is forward 1+2-3, which is this move. Does more damage than this one. So 10 more damage. It is slower, you know, but this also ground breaks. So you get a full launch from this, depending on the stage, of course. So that's another counter hit. When it comes to like stance stuff, a very important counter hit move to know is Heaven's Wrath 1. So Heaven's Wrath 1, there's a lot of different things you could do with it. So Heaven's Wrath 1 into up or down, put you in Unsoku. If you go into Unsoku, you're plus 18. So what you want to do in this situation is Unsoku 4. That's guaranteed. Right? And if you're in heat, you get full launch. Just like that. I mean, you can get Unsoku 3. But I don't really see a use, you know, for that one. If you could do Unsoku 4. So definitely go with Unsoku 4 with that one. And with Heaven's Wrath 1, you can hold forward to go into Sentai, and what you get from this is Sentai 1+2. Now after Sentai 1+2, you could do this for max damage, 68 damage. You could also do this, so a little bit less damage. So make sure to remember that. And then also, if you go into Sentai, Power Crush is guaranteed. Now this does 56 damage compared to 44. And where I would use this, for example, if you get this at the wall. So that does a lot of damage. So that's like your like maximum damage like counter hit option. So Heaven's Wrath 1 into Sentai, and then your Power Crush, Sentai 1, 2. And then if you want to get the blue spark, core cycle forward 2. So that's what you get. You also get let me see. On counter hit, this is all guaranteed as well. What else? Oh yeah, on counter hit, Heaven's Wrath, downfall 3. That's guaranteed. And also, if they stay on the ground or if they tech roll, for example, you could do Sentai 4. My bad. So I guess that's one of the counters. Why is she doing that all the time? So if they stay on the ground like that, that's guaranteed. But if they tech, which most people will, sure. Do this into +4. So they wake up into +4, and this move also does chip damage as well. And you maintain pressure, so that's good to be mindful of. So for Heaven's Wrath, I think I covered all the counter hit options. For let's see, for Sentai. Oh yeah, for another stance option she has that has a counter hit property is Unsoku 2. With Unsoku 2 leaves you at +14, so you could either get 1+2, you can get down for the 1-2, down for the 1-1 if you just want to maintain, you know, plus frames, or you could do forward 2 as well if you want to maintain plus frames. Forward 2, Sentai 3. Or like if you want to go for max damage, you could do something like this. $54 damage. You can also CD3 after 2-1. Or you could do this as well. +2, 49 damage. And also there's one more option. So if you're fast enough, you can get CD1. Like that. It would have done more damage, but I didn't do the blue spark. But CD1 is a very good like flip over tool. It does more damage than CD3. So that's all like guaranteed stuff you get in terms of that. Counter hit tool also on Unsoku 3, sorry. Counter hit launcher. Right, so that's there. On the counter hit also on Unsoku 4. If you don't hold back and you go into stance, you're +13. So you get Sentai 2, Sentai 3, all guaranteed. If you do hold back, you get 10 frames. So you can get 1-1-2 or 1-2-2, like that. What else? Oh yeah, forward 3+4. It's a guarantee. It's a counter hit launcher. I'll show you like the combos from it in the combo section. But you get a full combo, right? So that's one of them. What else? Have I covered everything? Let me see. We call it up forward 1. Oh yeah, side step 4. Counter hit property. You get nothing guaranteed afterwards, but you are plus 13. So you can continue your pressure. You can even do like a wall running move, for example. So that's very good to do. It's very good to know as well. Let's see. Yeah, so those are like your main sort of counter hit options. And then, oh yeah, and I forgot about this. So while standing 2, with Reina, on counter hit, you get plus 14. So same like in Circle 2. You can get 4-4-2. Or you can get 2-1. The max damage. Just bear with me a sec. Oh my god, I suck today. Yeah, but you get the idea, right? So I have to hit this. So 2-1. For some reason, I can't get it. I'm not sure why. There we go. So you get 60 damage from that if you time it well. So yeah, while standing 2, it's 18 frame minus 8 mid from while standing. Also, let's see, did I miss anything? Oh yeah, on counter hit, so up forward 3+4, which is this thing. This is mainly like used in combos. Oh, but it's natural. Alright, so scratch that. Forget I said that. I think that should be everything. Yeah, so those are like all her counter hits. And now, so in terms of guaranteed follow-ups. Oh yeah, sorry. Her magic 4. So while standing 4. So just like all the other moves I showed. You can get this. You can do the move I showed you as well. That's guaranteed. So while standing 4 has a counter hit property as well. And yeah. So for the most part, those are all the ones you should know. And yeah, so that should cover everything for counter hit and guaranteed follow-ups. Okay, I forgot to mention 2-2-2. So this one. If the third hit, if the third hit connects on counter hit, the follow-up is guaranteed. So it looks like this. It will splat as well. This is not guaranteed. Oh wait, my bad. It is guaranteed. So you could either do this for 55 damage, or so that's 2-2-2-2 or 2-2-2-1. So that's guaranteed on counter hit. So I forgot to mention that. 3-1 gives you a full launch, right? So that's guaranteed. If the mid counter hits, so this is a natural anyway if the first hit hits, but if the second hit counter hits, you get a full launcher as well. But if this counter hits and you commit, that's a full combo. Also, if forward 4, if this counter hits, you get a guaranteed follow-up in CD3. Just like that. And then one last thing I'm going to mention in terms of counter hits, is actually a really cool thing Reina has. So she has this hell sweep, and which is low high, and she has a low low. If the second hit counter hits, you could get a full combo. That's what it looks like. You could get forward 4-2 after this. Or you could just keep it safe like this. Now keep in mind, this is going to be very rare for the second hit to counter hit. But if it does, you get a full combo. Let me just try electric. Oh, just 4-4-2, I think. It's like the max damage. There we go. So 77 damage, you know, from a hell sweep counter hit. So that's the final one, I think. I hope I didn't miss any other moves, but I think that should cover it for counter hits and guaranteed follow-ups. And now I'm gonna move over to the next section. All right, so in this section, I'm gonna be talking about Reina's throw game. So going over like all her throws and what they do and the reward you get from it. So Reina has like her generic grabs. So 1+3. It looks something like this. 1+3, it ground breaks for, you know, full combo. There's like a ground hazard on the map. I'll show you that later on. 2+4 looks something like this. It doesn't ground break, but it does switch sides, which can be useful, you know, depending on the situation. She also has a 1+2 throw in up forward 1+2, which looks like this. And the cool thing about this throw is that it wall splats. So you can get a full combo from it. And also, if I can show you. So not only does it wall splat, but it also like wall breaks. Oh shit, my bad. Let me switch sides. So if there's like a wall break, like in this situation, then you could break it with this grab. And you know, full combo and whatnot. Also, she has a 2 break, which is quarter circle back. So as you can see in my input history, so quarter circle back like this, and then forward 2. So if you do it quickly, it looks something like this. Now this throw is a 2 break. So Reina doesn't have like a full throw game. He only has a 2 break, 1+2. But the cool thing about the 2 break, while it doesn't wall splat, it does wall break. So as you can see, I messed up the combo there. Oh my god. So you can get like something like this, right? But then, let me just save this position. With the 2 break, it does have some pushback, but you can still combo from it. So it's a very good throw. It does 40 damage. And as you can see, it wall breaks from quite like a good distance away. At the wall, you don't get anything. Still does the same damage, and it doesn't wall splat. So here, nothing is guaranteed. Yeah, so that's basically her throw game. And of course, you have unbreakable grabs. So in neutral, for example, you could go into Sentai manually with 4-3, and then you could do any grab bind. It's a 16 frame startup animation, so fairly fast, homing high, and this is unbreakable. And it puts you into this position. If they get up straight, you could loop it. You know, you could play mind games. You know, whatever you want. But it's very good. And then obviously you have your unbreakable grab from Heaven's Wrath stance. I mean Heaven's Wrath. Very good at the wall. From Hell Sweep pressure. Now at the wall it does 35 damage. In the open it does a little bit less, so 20 damage. I mean, you can do it manually, of course, but it's always best to do it like from stances. So you could do it like from down foot 4-1 into Heaven's Wrath. If you do the Hell Sweep in neutral, it's gonna whiff, so you can't really like threaten, you know, the unbreakable grab in the neutral like this from a Hell Sweep because of the range. But like you could do it from this move. What other move puts her into stand? So you could do it like after her wall running. Like you could do it after this move as well. So I mean, those are just some few examples, just to show you. And also, let me show you the groundbreaking one. So let's go to this one, Pac-Man stage.
Get ready for the next battle.
So the grab you want to do if there's like a stage hazard like this is 1+3. It looks something like this. And if you want a combo, do like a little combo like that. Right? Just an example. I'll go over like the combos and the specifics in the combo section. But this grab is very good, especially if like you're you know, aware that there's a ground break. You could definitely threaten with this. If they're too slow, they don't tech your grab, you know, you get a full launch. So it's definitely very good to use. So yeah, so that's basically summary of like her throw game. She doesn't have a full throw game, but she does have the 2 break, cool circle back forward 2, which as I explained earlier on, it does wall break. You have your 1+3, which floor breaks, the 2+4, which side switches, and you have your unbreakable grab. So pretty good, you know, throw game with Reina, especially the unbreakable ones. I mean, while she doesn't have a full throw game, you know, at least you have grabs that can't be broken. So yeah, so that I think covers everything in relation to Reina's throws. So yeah, I'm gonna move on to the next section. All right, so in this section, I'm gonna go over Reina's trickery. And what this means is like Reina tricks that, you know, I can show you how to utilize different moves. First move I'm gonna show you how to utilize is her guard break. So it looks something like this. Gives you +10, so you get 1-2-2 guaranteed, or 1-1-2. And the way you want to use this, you can use it in combos, at the wall, in neutral, but I'm gonna show you some like combo examples where you could use it. So I'm gonna keep it simple for the combos. So say I do like a standard, you know, average Reina combo, which looks something like this, right? And then after you bound, cool little trick. I'm gonna go over this more into like the combo section, but I've noticed like a lot of Reina players, they struggle after like you do the bound. They struggle doing wall running 4. So the key to doing wall running 4 is after Sentai 1+2 is to do a down forward input to cancel the stance, and then immediately do like a wall running move, right? So forward, forward, forward 3 times into your wall running. So it's gonna look a little something like this. And then if they wake up, you could threaten the unblockable that way. So after this move, where they spin in the air, you could just let the unblockable charge. If they get up, like if they tech roll, most of the times they won't have enough time to sidestep right, which is the counterplay to the guard break. So if they spam, you know, tech roll, which looks something like this. If they spam that, chances are you will hit them with this. And if they try to do anything, you'll get this animation. And then you can combo them all over again. So this is like you know, Reina classic right here. Like a lot of Reina players use this. So I would definitely recommend you try it out, you know, especially in like lower ranks. It definitely does work. So after this move, you could do that, and then I could show you another move. You could do it after. So say if I do the same combo, I can also do it after this. So forward 2 into unsoku. And then unsoku stance, just hold the 3+4. Automatically transitions into that. Also, you could do it after like a jab. Sorry, my bad. So say if I do this. So then I could jab, right? So that's one way of doing it. So those are just like a few examples of how you can utilize this move. And then the other way you could do it as well is, say if you get this on here, like this move on here, this move on here, gives you very similar animation, and this move on here, all very similar. You could definitely go for the guard break as well. Gives you enough time. It's not guaranteed, you know, they could still step, but it can catch your opponent off guard. So if I just show you from differently. So like there, you know, gonna counter it. But if they wake up like that, it's very hard, you know, to step this move. It used to be almost homing before, until they nerfed it. But it's still like a really, really good trap, you know, to use here and there. And then at the wall, say if you do like any wall combo, you could do like a jab, jab into this. It also hits grounded sometimes, which is nice. But like mainly, so say if you don't have a bound, you could just do, so if you do like a wall carry, for example, and then you get them to the wall, you just do a single jab into this. It's a very good technique. So yeah, so I'm just going to keep it short and simple for now. Just a few examples of how you can utilize this. And then at the wall, put a standing block. You could get 1-1-2 into +14 and then continue your pressure there. So very, very good, you know, to utilize this. And the cool thing about this as well, the forward 3+4, is that in heat, so for example, you know what, let me just try this. you have heat. You know what? Let me do block all, and then let me do it so that they tech roll. Say I pop heat, I can do this. Guard break, full combo. Right. So you know, just an example of how to use this move. And the cool thing about this, so it does have like a heat property where you could get a wall splat in the neutral. If you use the heat, it does 25 damage. So just a little bit more, you know, than if you were just to go for the guaranteed 10 frame. But the thing about this move is that there's mind games to it, so you don't have to commit. You can hold, and then so if you do forward 3+4 and you hold 3+4, you could hold down to cancel it. And also if you do forward 3+4, you know, you can let go of it. And then if they try to step, for example, like say I do this, let's see. And then I'm gonna do, so on wake up, let's say, because the main counterplay to this is sidewalk ride. So say they sidewalk ride. I don't know why she got hit there, but either way, if you don't fully charge it, you can catch your opponents off guard who are trying, you know, some people have like, some characters have like parries that can deal with it. Like I know Devil Jin's one of them, obviously Yoshimitsu, you know, with the flash. But instead of like fully charging it, even after like a situation like this, keep that. So like the combo I showed you. You can let go earlier. So basically what I'm trying to say, there's mind games to this move. You don't have to fully commit to charging it because it is slow. As you can see, 67 frames. But if I let go earlier, it's 43. So, and if you do let go earlier, it will catch people stepping. So there's a bit of mind game to it. I mean, it is -14, so it is risky. But if you do have heat, for example, sorry, block all. If you do have heat, and if you let go, and you press 4 afterwards, it becomes safe. So yeah, so very good move, you know, to use sometimes. It's basically like a trap, a little bit of a gimmick for Reina. You could use it in combos, wall combos, as an Oki setup as well. So definitely something, you know, to utilize here and there. So that's everything for that one. And then the other move I want to discuss in terms of Reina Trickery is while standing 3+4. So it's 14 to 15 frame while standing move. It's -8. It high crushes. And the way you could use this is say if your opponent likes to mash like highs a lot. Let me just select the jab, for instance, right? Or maybe like a 1-1. So I can demonstrate like the... Hold on, let's just do a jab for now. So after like forward 4-2, for instance, a lot of people will, you know, jab check you because of, you know, that situation there. So your fastest move in forward 4-2 is, in Sentai is Sentai 3. And it will trade with a jab after forward 4-2. If you do forward 4-2 into Sentai 2, the jab will be out. So the jab is a very good counterplay in this situation. But you can counter this by just doing a single forward 4-2, going into crouch, I'm doing while standing 3+4. And in this situation, once you get down here, you're plus 14. You could get an electric. You're fast enough. There you go. So that's guaranteed. Also, for an easier, guaranteed hit, you could go for another forward four too. So that's guaranteed. You get 14 frames. And then you could get a 4-2-3 as well. So that's, really good. Like a mind game tool with Reina. And at the wall, since you are plus 14, you could do 2-2-1 for a wall splat. You could do 1+2 as well. You could do an electric. So. For a lot of damage. You could also do down forward 1. Since they are at the wall, you can get heat engager. Right. So so while standing 3+4, very good. So forward 2 is one of the situations where you could use it, but you can also use it after moves like 3+4. So 3+4 into this if they like to do highs. So same situation, same thing. Wait, let me do 2 hits. So same thing applies. Right. You get 14 frames. You can really make this hurt as well. Right. Just an example. You can use it after down forward 3+4 as well. You could use it after CD3. So this move. Right. Because if you hold down after this move, it leaves you in crouch. A lot of Reina players, and this is also like a good trick. You could do down forward 3. Right, so it also high crushes, but the problem with this move, it's -17. I mean, you could also do full crouch down forward 4, but the high crush on it is not that good. I mean, it doesn't have any high crush actually. This move, it used to high crush, but they nerfed it for some reason. So whenever you do this move, it's as if you're like fully standing. So it's very hard to high crush. But the only like high crush options you have while crouched is this, which is much more safer than this. But this gives you like a full-on launcher, right? But you can still launch people with this. That's why I really like to use this. Because if you're fast enough, like you don't even need to do like the perfect electric. You have 14 frames to work with. Like I did a Wind God Fist over there and it still worked. Right, so you could use it after that. You could use it after like normal moves as well. So for example, if I do like a move like this, it's -5, and I have a feeling they're gonna jab, right? I could do that. You do like down foot 1 into that. So there's a lot of mind games you could play with this move. So in terms of like Reina Trickery, while standing 3+4 is definitely a move you could have fun with. and annoy your opponents with, especially if they like to mash, you know, do highs. But you know, be careful, because if the opponent knows that you're gonna do this, like, you are like playing with minus frames, so they can just put something real quick. Like, you could get counter hit easily, even down forward 2, but I'm just gonna show you this. So that's, you know, -9 into 14 frames. So like, you're very, very minus, but you are risking it. So it's based on, you know, what type of read you have. So yeah, I think wall standing 3+4 is a nice move, you know, to keep in your arsenal here and there, especially if you want to high crush, bait stuff. What else? I think yeah, so I mentioned 3+4, you could do that. Like, any move that leaves you in crouch, you could utilize this this move, basically. The other move I want to discuss in terms of like Reina Trickery stuff is her back turn. So she has a back turn move. A lot of people don't know that, but show you. So she has back turn 4, and this is basically like a full crouch 15 frame punish. So like a full crouch down forward 4. It has the same properties, -14. But the cool thing about this, I could show you like a scenario where you would want to use something like this. Say if you, so just like I showed you with like the guard break, if you do like, you know, your average Reina combo. Oops. My bad. You could do like forward 3+4. And then it can catch him off guard. So that's a little bit of like a trick you could use. So forward 3+4. So after doing this move, they're gonna do like the tail spin, right? And then you could do this if you time it well. I didn't time it well that time. There we go. If they start mashing anything, you know, you can catch them with this. And the cool thing about this as well is that you could use other moves, not just this one. So you could use something like this. Let me just do it so that a lot of people are just gonna attack while in midair. And then you could threaten something like that. If they see you whiff, for example, they're gonna, you know, try to take their turn, only for them to get hit by this move. And then you reset the whole situation. Which is kind of funny. You could also do up forward 3+4. So the way I did it just now, just to show you, is forward 3+4. You have to like dash in a little bit and then do it, so you can side switch and be back turn. You could do up forward 3+4. It'll leave you back turn as well. Or if you do like while running 4, and then hold down into Heaven's Wrath. From Heaven's Wrath, just forward 3 into Sentai. So forward 3 gives you the Sentai transition. And then you do Sentai 4. And this, you know, it's just trickery, right? So it's like a cool little reset you could do. You don't have to commit to this move. Sure. So when you're back turned, Like this is the only back turn move Reina has, but you don't have to commit to it. Like you could do a jab, right? You could do a jab. You could throw as well. You could do like an evasive thing right here, like a evasive move, and then bait. If they do anything, you can launch. I mean, you can whiff punish them. So yeah, just a little something you can utilize, and so that should cover that. And in terms of some more Reina trickery, I have like 2 more things to show you. So like, you know how just set this up. So you know how like, for example, you do forward 2, forward 2. Standing blow up, punish. I'll do 2 options here. So like a jab and a mid. And a down forward 1. There we go. So a lot of people, because you're like -6. You're -6, right? Because this got nerfed. Before it was -4, Sentai 2. And at -4, like I previously mentioned in the other sections, Reina can use back paw as a high crush, you know, to crush people like doing jabs. But you can't really do that anymore. So at -6, if they block Sentai 2, like if you do forward 2 into Sentai 2 and they block it, a lot of people, they could just do like a jab and they'll catch you either stepping or trying to high crush. It doesn't work anymore because before you could you know, step sometimes. They could do like a down like a mid, you could step it more easily. So now what I found, this is a bit of my tech, I never really see Reina players use this, but if you pay attention to like what your opponent does after they block this move, and if they keep you know, jab checking or like doing down forward 1, you could always use your punch parry. So Reina's punch parry, if I'm not mistaken, is 3 frames. So even if you're like -7, you could parry jabs. So if they do anything here, actually let me do it like forward 2 into 2. So down forward 1, easily parried. Down forward 1, easily parried again. The jab you could parry as well. Alright, let me show you the jab. Not sure why it's not working. Oh, that's interesting. So, I guess you can't. Oh, there we go. Okay. So it's a timing thing. There we go. It's hard to do, but you could definitely, you know, parry it. And then you could, you know, maintain pressure, even at -6. Oh, so okay, so her parry is actually 2 frames, not 3 frames, because at -8 you could even do that. Pretty cool. So basically, what I'm trying to say, in terms of like Reina trickery, you could play mind games with her punch parry. Now this won't work if they do like a kick, right? But if they do a kick, you can use her manual parry. But it's more risky to use her manual parry, especially how, you know, you have no like real rewards. They do like something very safe. But definitely like her punch parry. The fact that it's 2 frames, so even after this, I can parry it, you know, it's crazy. So a lot of people like to jab check after Sentai 2, and you can make them pay for it. So very, very good tool to keep in mind, you know, when you're playing Reina and you want to, you know, just increase the mind games you play with your opponents. That's definitely something you should, you know, consider. Like looking for patterns, what they do, if they disrespect you a lot, you know, like if, for example, if you play against Nina, Nina has a lot of strings with like, you know, like jabs and whatnot, like punches. You could definitely utilize the punch parry. So you could do like a dash forward, up three, or down three. They all work the same, to be honest. So yeah, definitely use this. And then this is going to be like a perfect transition to what I wanted to talk about as well. So Reina CD3. So let me do down foot one. Reina CD3 is actually kind of insane. So this move, right? A lot of people, because a lot of Reinas, they like to, you know, do the high crush tech. A lot of people will mid check you with like your, you know, typical down foot one. And for some reason, like Reina has a 1-frame parry. Like she could do like a 1-frame parry, like a punch parry from CD3. I don't think she could do that from any other move. Like as I demonstrated to you before, her parry comes out at 2 frames. But after this move, I can do like a 1-frame parry, so I can even parry jabs. So down foot one, you could parry. It's a timing thing as well. It's not like free or anything. It does take skill. There you go. And what's funny is, like, for example, if I do this at the wall, you know, I can wall splat them for 70 damage, which is, you know, pretty cool trickery to know with Reina. And just to demonstrate as well. I mean, if they do jabs, you know, you have a better option, but still, you know, you could definitely parry this. So it's a timing thing, you know. I'm not gonna waste any more time to show you exactly what I mean, but believe me, she does have a 1-frame parry after this move. So there's more mind games to CD3 than just being -9, right? If they do jabs, you go for this. You go for this. So even at -9, you know, sometimes the opponents are scared to press. And real quick, this is very character specific in regard to CD3. So Jin and Dragunov, if you play against them as a Reina player and they do a down forward one, you can hop kick over it. So I'm not sure why that works, maybe because their down forward one is not that good. But if they do like to down forward one a lot, you could just hop kick. And you can launch them for it. And Dragunov has the same thing, actually. Dragunov.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oops. Select it. You see? So if you play like against Dragunov or Jin and they constantly like to down forward one check you after CD3, the hop kick is there as an option, and you could definitely annoy him with that. So yeah, I mean, I could make a whole video on CD3 alone. But as for like Reina Trickery, I think I will stop it here. Just, you know, a little something to share with you, little tricks you can use with Reina to cheese your opponents, you know, here and there, maybe steal a round or two. But yeah, that ends it for this section, and I'll be moving on to the next one. Alright, so now I'm going to cover Reina's combos. For the purpose of this guide, I'm going to keep it fairly simple. I'm just going to show you some easy to pick up combos. They're still quite optimal. I might show you like my own combos, because I have my own combos with Reina that are like more execution heavy. I might show a few here and there, but I'm just going to show you some normal ones. Now, in terms of like normal launches, which I'm going to go over first. Like, say if you get the electric. Sorry. So say if you get the electric. The like standard Reina combo you want to use, which is still very optimal, by the way, is this one. So that's like your bread and bar Reina combo. So what I did there was electric, and then you do like a manual crouch dash. So down forward 3, and then you do down forward 3, 3, 4. And what I like to do in terms of like combos with Reina, when I do her down forward 3, 4, I like to delay the second hit, and the reason for that is if you don't delay the second hit, it looks something like this, which is still pretty good, but if you do delay it, it brings your enemy like closer, making like harder combos more possible. And that's like a thing I noticed as well with like your like a normal Reina player and like a Reina specialist. Like most Reina specialists, we will like delay the second hit, just to you know, make sure that the opponent is closer to you in the air. So it looks like something like this. Now, in terms of the down forward 4, it does extra damage. Normally, a lot of people do like down forward 1, but the down forward 4 does extra damage. So you dash in down forward 4, and then so electric, down forward 3, 4, dash in, down forward 4, forward 2, 3, and then you hold forward to go into Sentai, but then you press back and then down forward 1 into Sentai 1+2. And then there's a lot of like Reina players, they struggle off the Sentai 1+2 into this. The way you do this, if you want a stance cancel, you do down forward and you quickly do your wall running move afterwards. So it looks something like this. Like something like this, and then that's always guaranteed. As you can see, I mean, you can take a look at my inputs as well. You know, if that's going to help you. But that's like your standard electric combo. If you do like a down forward 2, this is what your standard combo will look like. Right, so you have that, and then like if you hit hop kick, for example, insta bounce, so you have to be aware of that. And the combo I like to do for this one is this one. So 67 damage, not too bad. So it's just to show it to you again. Dash in, down forward 1, dropped it. Oh, dropped it again. There you go. So that's for the hop kick. You also get same combo from this. So back four counter hit, you get the same combo. You get a similar combo from this move, but because it's 2 hits, you get one less hit. So what you could do after this is this one. So something like that. And then, so we covered electric, down forward 2. Oh yeah, down forward 2. I have another one for you as well, which looks like this. Oops, sorry. Just your standard bread and butter combo. So up forward 1. Into this. That looks like that. And then, you know, when you get like the ender after this, you can do Heaven's Wrath 2. You can also do Heaven's Wrath 3+4 for better Oki. You could do an electric, or if you want like max damage, you could do something like this. That's like max damage most of the time. If you want wall carry, you could do something like this. So I delayed it too much there. So you have to be on point with the timing, but that's very, very heavy wall carry. What else? So crouch. So both the full crouch options you have very similar combos. Something like this. You could do the wall carry option again. So don't delay it for the final hit. That's right with. And then I messed it up again. But hopefully, you know, this teaches you the combo better. That I'm doing it multiple times. There we go. So you could do that. Like I previously mentioned. So like. The same thing applies, but I'll just show you like a different ender after this move. Like you could do something like this, or like you could even do something like this. Like an electric. Is a really good Oki. You can even do CD3. I'll show you like the heat stuff later on. So for example, those are your 2 from full crouch. They're both the same. With forward 2, 3. So that's that. The other combos you can get is from her counter hit. Forward 3+4. So the way you want to combo from this, anytime you hit this on counter hit, do like a little side step right, and then you do forward 2, 3. So same like the full crouch ones, but just side step right. So I'll show you. right? So just an example. And you know, you could do the wall carry option as well if you wanted to. Like that. And I'll say if you do like a low parry. Let me show you. Any low. Down back 2, for example. Okay, so I have 2 combos here for you. I'm gonna start out with the like the more simpler one first. So this is what you want to do after a low parry. You have to like side step right a little bit depending on the angle. Does 47 damage, but the combo I would suggest that you use is this one. So 53 damage. That's normally the combo I go for. So the way you do this, after a low parry, you do like a mini side step right into an electric, and then you do down forward 1, down forward 3, 4, delayed 4, and then down forward 3, delayed 4 again, and then you do like a deep dash, down forward 1 into sentai 1, quarter circle forward 2. So let me just show you that again. Side step right, down forward 1, delay, delay. There you go. So that's like your go-to low parry combo in my opinion. And then for some counter hits, so forward neutral 3, the same thing applies. Like this is your bread and bar with Reina. Oops. So same thing as the full crouch ones. Right, and same thing with this move as well. So your forward neutral 3, this move, same combo. Right, and then back turned as well. If you get the back turn combo, you do the same thing. Same thing with this on counter hit. Same thing with this on counter hit. You get the idea, right? So that's like your main combo with Reina. So use that, especially if you know you're starting out. And let me go over the heat option. So for example, if you get a launcher, here's like your main like heat combo if you want like the max damage. $107 damage, pretty good, right? So what I did there, just same combo as I showed you before, so like, you know, the double electric and whatnot. And then after this, you know, heat burst, right? And then after heat burst, you immediately do either up or down 3 into un circle 4, and then heat dash. And then once you heat dash, you get the stomp. So the stomp, in order to get the blue spark, you just do it just frame. So you can't mash it. As soon as you know, Reina's foot hits the ground, So you do down 4, and then as soon as Reina's foot hits the ground, you press 1. That's how you get the blue spark, and it does extra damage. So that's like a damaging option if you want to go for that. But then, you know, if you want to go for like a wall carry, you could do something like this using heat. It's got very, very good range. Very good wall carry with that one. For Oki setup, you could do something like this. And then throw in like a Heaven's Wrath mix. Yeah, so that should cover like the basic ones for now. And now I'm gonna show you some like heat dash combos. So for example, you're like a mini combo, you know, if you get like 1 hit guaranteed. Obviously you have the stomp, which is very good, 48 damage. That's your most damaging option most of the times. You have your CD3 as well. You want to flip them. Like for example, if they still have a lot of health, you know, and the stomp isn't gonna kill, then sometimes you're better off going for Oki. So CD3 is a good option. What I like to use is CD1. It does a little bit more damage, 44 damage, and it's basically the same thing. So 44 damage in comparison to do the just rank. So 42. So you get 2 extra damage from doing that. Also, this is like something I discovered quite recently. You could do something like this as well after heat dash. Manual send 2. And the reason why I think this is like pretty good is because you throw in Heaven's Wrath. So you could do something like this. The grab is very situational, so you have to pay attention to where your opponent is. But everything else, like for example, you know, like they wake up straight into your face in Heaven's Wrath, which is really good. And also you could do Sentai 1+2. Very similar. So those are just some options for you. And also, if you haven't seen my Reina University episode, where I talked about down back 2, after like a heat dash, you can pick up with down back 2, and if like you're close to the wall, you could get a wall splat into full combo. So that's always good to know as well. In terms of like your heat dash combos, they're gonna look pretty much the same as your normal combos. So after this, you're gonna do something like that, right? Oh yeah, that doesn't work anymore. My bad. So always like, you know, go for the safe stuff. Just showing you like the simple combos for now. Like for example that. Same combo applies with this. Right. Get a full launch. Like something like that. The only time where you can change up the combo, I mean, you have different combo options, but I'm just keeping it basic for now, just showing you like the basic combos. But if you do forward 3, heat dash, and it launches, you could get something. I could show you 2 options that you could get. I messed up. So like this is my combo. So you could get like 2 electrics because of the way they're in the air. You can also get this. Like something like that, right? Which is pretty cool. But you can also use, you know, your standard combo as well, just to keep it simple. Oh, I missed it. So 4-4-2. So 56 damage, still pretty decent. You know, use whatever combo you want. I'm gonna do like an advanced combo guide soon, but you know, I'm just keeping it simple for now. So that's what your heat dash combos look like. We did all the launches as well, and I showed you like from the counter hits what you get. So I'm gonna show you some other combos now. All right, so I'm gonna show you the L sweep combo. So if you get the second hit counter hit, you can combo from it. I'll show you several options you have. You can do something like this to keep it simple. Right, something like that. If you want extra damage, you could do 4-4-2. It's a little bit trickier to do. The standard combo also works in this scenario. 77. You could also do an electric. $78. So yeah, that's your combo from like if the second hit counter hits from the double low health sweep. And then you have CD3 as well. That's going to be your main combo from that. And I forgot to mention this as well. If you do 4-4-3 heat dash, you can get something like that for wall carry. It's pretty cool. What else? Oh yeah, I could show you some of my combos. So I really like the 3 electric combo with Reina. This is my staple. You can use it if you want to. So 3 electrics. If I can get an electric. So something like this into Oki, 87 damage, 4 electrics, you know, in one combo. Pretty cool. So that's that. Also, a little tip, if you want to maximize your damage with your crouch punishment combos, you could do something like this. Sorry. It's a little bit harder to do, so the only thing we're doing different is down for the 1-1. The deep dash. That's 88 damage. That's actually the max damage you can get from full crouch. And the same thing applies to this. I missed it. $83, pretty decent. And now I'm gonna show you some wall combos. So if you get a clean wall splat and you have a bound, most of the time this is the combo you want to do. 59 damage. Can also do this. Okay. Something like that. If you get like a high wall splat, you can get a jab in there. I can show you something. Let me just change the stage real quick. Like a smaller stage. So I can show you like some wall carry examples.
Get ready for the next battle.
Alright, so we're almost done with the guide. I just have a few more things to show you. So I'm going to show you like some wall carry options with Reina and what you could do in different situations when it comes to combos. And then I'm just going to go in depth a little bit more about her wall combo options. So if you have like a situation like this in the middle, you could do something like this. Right, so 103 damage. You could use all the tailspin options in the air for even extra wall carry if you want to save the bound at the wall. And by bound, I mean the tornado, right? So the way this works, if you save the tornado at the wall, a lot of the times you'll get like a high wall splat. And when that happens, you get like an extra hit in your combos. So typically, depending on how high the wall splat is, you could get a jab. You can get standing 4. You could also get 1+2. And if it's like a really, really high wall splat, you could get an electric. So let me just show you like another option. So say I'm in this situation, right? You have a few options available to you. Wait, let me just reproduce it one more time. My bad. 31 on my bad. There we go. So for like your wall carry options, you could do 3-2. That's gonna wall splat. You could do down forward 1-1, for example. You could do this if you're like closer to the wall. That's like your single hit off the bound. So in this situation right here, it's not gonna wall splat because we're too far away. You could do up forward 3+4, which is very good, very quick as well. You can also do this, and this if you're fast enough. So I guess not because of the distance. So in this situation, you do like the back 1 string, for example. So those are just like a few options. If you use up your tornado just before the wall, so you could do 3-1 for wall carry. You could do down forward 1-1. You could do up forward 3+4. It's like a very quick 2 hit. Very good, you know, for wall carry. You could do up forward 1 if you're like closer to the wall and you need 1 single hit. So those are just like a few examples. And then, for example, if you want to get like a maximum wall carry, wall to wall, you could do something like this. Right, you could do something like this. You can use my combo if you want to. These are 3 electrics. It will look something like this. Ah, I messed up. Yeah, it looks something like this. I mean, it does 1 extra damage, you know, so probably the risk reward isn't worth it, but Yeah, that's my combo. And the way I do 3 electric combos, this is guaranteed on all characters, is you basically do electric into dash electric into dash electric into down for 1 pickup. Like we're not with enough practice. This is not that hard to do. I'm just recording for YouTube, so that's why I'm getting unlucky. There we go. Yeah, so something like this. And yeah, so as you can see, the wall carry options with Reina are insane. She has a very, very good wall carry. And yeah, so that should cover it for the most part in terms of like what wall carry options you could do. I'd recommend keep it simple for now, especially if you're starting out. If you want to go for like style points, definitely do like the 3 electrics. Always looks cooler in my opinion, even if it does, you know, 1 extra damage and it's probably not worth going for. I always try to go for that. So yeah, so that should cover everything in terms of wall carry. And now I'm going to talk about the you know, the main mindset you have with Reina's like wall combos and stuff like that. So for example, if you have your bound still available, so if you get like a clean wall spot, your best option is back 4. If you have like a high wall spot, you get a jab like that into back 1, 1, 3, and then Sentai 2. So the reason why this is the best combo option for Reina in most situations is because 1, it does one of the most like, it's like one of the most damaging options for her. And after Sentai 2, you could threaten, so you can go into Heaven's Wrath if you hold down, and then you could threaten like a Heaven's Wrath mix-up, right? So you could, depending on how they wake up, if they mash, Heaven's Wrath 2 is a very good option. It normally shuts down most of the mashing options that they have. If they wake up, you could do the mid kick. You can also threaten with the untechable grab, for instance. And if you don't want to go into Heaven's Wrath, you don't need to. So you could do this into sidestep and bait, right? Or you could do this into something else, depending on what you want to do. So that's like your best option. And then if you have like a 2-hit bound, for instance, on a clean wall spot, back 1 won't be guaranteed. Oh yeah, and just real quick, in order to get this combo, so you have to do back 1 into delayed another one. So if you do it quick, it won't be guaranteed. So it'll look something like this. If you do it too quick. Oh my god. So if you do it too quick, it's not going to be guaranteed. So the key is to practice this, practice the delay. So you have to delay it. Like that. So make sure to practice that so you get this more consistently. But that's like your main thing, right? But then if I do like a 2-hit bound, like 3, 2 for instance, you can't get that anymore. So in this situation, if you still want to like mix them up from Heaven's Wrath, you could do a forward 2 into this. You could do forward 2 into Sentai 1+2 into Heaven's Wrath. If you don't want to go into Heaven's Wrath, you could do something like this. Sorry. So down forward 1 into down forward 3 while standing 4-4, and then you can mix them up, or you could do like an Oki sub as well. Jab into 3+4, 4, which is very, very good. Her 2-hit bound is this one, which is very good, 34 damage. You could also use this one, which does 1 extra damage. I'd never see Reina players use this at the wall. And the reason why this is good is you could do this after. It does 1 extra damage as well. And then after like a 2-hit bound, you could do this for most damage. So jab into stomp. And then if you do like a 3-hit bounce or something like this, so you're more limited with the amount of hits you could do. So you could do something like this for Oki and then pressure them afterwards if they wake up instantly. You could do something like this as well. And why this is good is because after this, on when they're on the floor, if they press anything, if they try to get up, mash, 1+2 will get them. But if they stay on the ground without doing anything, 1+2 won't hit. But most of the times, people will try to get up. So this is a very good option, as you can see. You also have, this is why I like to use sometimes, Oki setup into mind games. You can also do something like this, which gets them a little bit away from the wall, but gives you like a different situation where you could throw in more mind games. Also, this is like a Reina classic. You can do 3+4 while standing 4-4, and then you could throw in a Heaven's Wrath mix. So yeah, those are like your key wall combos, I would say. And as well, if you say if you don't have a bound available to you, your best option most often than not is this. You can also keep it simple, down forward 1-1, 1+2. You could do jab into this. You could do jab, down forward 1, and then you have 2 options after. Alright, so my bad, that doesn't work. So you can do jab, jab into this. So jab, jab into down forward 3+4, 4. It gives a very good Oki situation as it spins them around. You can also do something like this as well for good damage. There's a lot of jab, jab options you have as well. So for example, you could do jab, jab into 2-1 if you're fast enough. Or maybe not, but like on a clean wall splat, it usually does work. Maybe I'm just not fast enough. I'm not sure why it's not working, but this is what it looks like. I use this combo quite often, so I know it works for a fact. But you have that as well. You can also do like a unblockable mind game, so you could do like a jab into this. If they stay on the floor and then they do like a delayed wake up, that can catch them on the ground, which is nice. And then if they do wake up, obviously they're gonna eat this. And then you could do this into +14 and then further mix. What else? That should cover it for the most part. Let me show you the high splats. The end out. So if you get like a really high splat like this, you could do something like this. So you get 1+2 guaranteed. You get standing 4, sorry, is guaranteed. You can even do that. That's your more damaging option. And then if you get like a really, really high splat, you could get something like this. My bad. You can get like an electric. I'll try to do like a heat burst, my bad. So you can get the electric. You can even do electric into that. So, oh yeah, and for the high splat as well, you could get this. I forgot to mention that. Something like that, you know. So you could also use this for high splats. So real quick, I'm just gonna include this as bonus footage because I forgot to talk about her heat wall combos. So say if you are already in heat and you get a wall splat, you could do something like this. This works on bigger characters, so it's not gonna work against characters like Reina or Xiaoyu, for example. But if you're already in heat, you could do something like this. Or something like this. If you want to heat burst at the wall, you get something like this. Just some wall combo examples. So yeah, hope you enjoy. But she has a lot of combo options. I could be here all day, like just showing you every single option you could do. But for the sake of the guide, I think that should cover everything, like all the basics you need to know, whether you're like an advanced Reina player, intermediate, or a beginner. I think I've given you enough, you know, to work with for now. I'll do more in-depth guides in terms of like combos and some of the stuff I demonstrated, but this should cover like the full character guide, as I've already covered enough, and you know, this video length is probably going to be like 2 hours long. So yeah, I hope you enjoyed the full character guide with Reina. Hope you learned something, and I hope I managed to give you some useful information. If you're picking up Reina, you know, welcome to the Reina Nation. And if you enjoyed the video, make sure to like and subscribe. That would be very much appreciated. And also, if you could give me some feedback on what you want to see, what you want me to do differently, or anything else, you know, that's always appreciated as well. So with that being said, you know, thank you very much for watching, and yeah, see you next time. Peace.